according to this, you should now be able to see my screen.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. Well, good morning. I want to extend a round of thanks to especially the CFG members for their continued sacrifice and service to the Commonwealth through this role as a CFG member. Challenging times to forecast in and a lot going on. So we'll do the best we can to get you pointed towards good numbers. Time will tell, but just a second, let me start this presentation. Okay, give a quick assessment of the current situation. We're currently in a continuation of the process of revising fiscal 22 and projecting 23-24 biennium. Official estimates are due by the 15th legislative day pursuant to statute. We do in the executive branch appreciate the accommodation you all make by doing the estimates in December instead of the 15th legislative day, so that the governor can submit a budget that is based off the official, the executive budget can be based off the official estimates, and we do appreciate that accommodation. So thanks from the state budget director for that. Today will be an official revision to the fiscal 22 estimate. You may recall that we had estimates in August and October, but those were not official revisions. Those were the preliminary and the planning and the preliminary estimates. These are the official estimates that we're doing today. And today will also mark the first official estimates for fiscal 23 and fiscal 24. So it's an official outcome that we're looking for today. And so a lot of what we're going to do today is going to be vis-a-vis October, because we typically do that. We compare our results to the previous meeting, so you can see the delta. But that'll become apparent when each analyst does their slides. But what has changed since October essentially is that October and November receipts have posted, and they were good. And we also have an updated economic outlook from IHS. Today we'll be using the November economic outlook. I know that you were forwarded the December economic outlook, but we were not able to use that in today's estimates because of the necessity to get the information to you before the database was available. In terms of general fund receipts through the month of November, we didn't have October and November when we met in October. October posted growth at 10.6%, which is good. Anytime you get double-digit growth in revenues, it's a good month. And we really showed strong in the big three taxes. Sales tax was up 16.3%. The individual income tax was up 12.3%. And what we call the major business taxes, which will be the corporate income tax and the LLET, they were up 17.5%, albeit on a low base. October is not a big month for corporate taxes. November followed a great October with an even better November, 16.2%. The sales tax was up 14.1% again. The individual was up 13.5%. And on a low base again, major business taxes were up 31.8%. So that leaves us with growth through the first 5 months of the fiscal year at 17.3%. The 17.3% may seem high, but you have to recall the settlement that we talked about at the October meeting, the $225 million from the PokerStars settlement. If you take out that $225 million, the growth would be 12.7% on a sort of a recurring revenue basis, 12.7% without the settlement. Still great growth. Even faster than the growth we had in 21, which was 12%. So we're running high right now. In terms of the road fund grew by 0.1% in October, and then a little bit better in November, 4.8%. And year-to-date growth in the road fund stands at 3.1%. And year-to-date motor fuels is 3.5%, and usage is up 3.1% year-to-date. I'm going to take just a quick broader look at general fund revenues to talk about, instead of just growth rates, spill in some nominal numbers to help you get your arms around this a little bit. Nominal year-to-date growth for the general fund is $833.4 million through November, which is extraordinary growth. The sales tax has grown $221.1 million, or 12%. The individual income tax has grown $173.9 million, or 9% growth. And the major business taxes, primarily on the strength of September, in terms of nominal dollars, is up 61.7%, or $138.4 million. And then, of course, we got the one-time settlement of $225 million. So 758 roughly million of the 833 is from the total listed sources. We've also had pretty good growth in property taxes that I didn't choose to depict, but they're up about $45 million after 27.8% growth in November, starting the big collection season for real property taxes. So even the property taxes showing good growth through the early part of the collection season. That all evens out. It's not that real property is going to be up that high. It's just we got a good start to the season in real property. If you'll ignore what's in your handout and read what's on the screen, my colleagues in LRC pointed out that what I had in the handout was too confusing, and it is. So if you look at the last 12 months spanning from December 20 to November 21, the cumulative revenue growth has totaled $1,949.2 million, which is far and away a record for revenue growth over a continuous 12-month span. That's just a tremendous amount of revenue growth over a 12-month span. So we're currently running very hot on the general fund. This chart's a bit on the tedious side. The salmon colored numbers are fiscal 20 numbers. The blue numbers are fiscal 21, and the green numbers are fiscal 22. And you can see the monthly growth. The period, the $1.9 billion period I was talking about starts with that big $174.4 million month in December of 2020 in fiscal 21, which happened to be the month after we did our estimates last time. We started, a pretty rapid tear. So we had growth of 174.4 million in December, and really hasn't slowed down since. Of course, we had the big bump in April, which was expected due to the previous April when deadlines were moved for filing of income taxes and estimated payments. So we knew April was going to be big. I did not know May was going to be as big as it was. And June's decline, the only decline in the 12-month span, comes from the $358.6 million that we collected the previous June, when people had to true up their returns and estimated payments. So maybe it's better to get away from the monthly and go to quarterly. the only down quarter in the whole period that I've displayed on the screen is the fourth quarter of fiscal 20, which was, of course, the onset of the pandemic. But it only fell 4.4%. I say only 4.4%. It fell 4.4%. I guess the bounce back from that was the fourth quarter of fiscal 21, which grew 24.8%. And I'll talk about that a little bit later in the presentation about the composition of that. And then in the first quarter, we grew 20 million. Or 20.0% growth in the first quarter of 22, fiscal 22. So if you need reference to the quarterly growth rates, you can go back to this chart. And finally, before I give it up to Michael Jones to talk about the economy, I want to make it clear the legislative impacts that are included in our estimates. These numbers were presented, a variant of these numbers were presented in the August meeting. We did not present this table in October. We're presenting it in December. The numbers don't match the August numbers exactly because we decided to display a couple pieces of legislation. The goal in August actually was to highlight the fiscal or the impact from the 2021 session, which is what we did. And we talked a little bit about the 2020 session, but we didn't really talk about the 19 session. But one of the bills, a couple of the bills from the 19 session are now just coming into play with their fiscal impacts. One was the House Bill 458 in 2019, which essentially repealed the bank franchise tax. So I'm showing on this chart the negative 124 million that we lose from zeroing out the bank franchise tax. And embedded in the corporate number is at the top is the other side of the bank franchise tax, which is when the banks got out of the franchise tax, they became taxed like other business entities, corporations essentially. And you'll see in KRS chapter 141 a new definition for financial institutions, and that outlines how they're taxed. So embedded in the corporate is about $59 million for the 3 years of what we expect out of those banks and the corporate income tax and the limited liability entity tax. So those are the only two changes from August. Certainly the numbers were in the estimates, but they were not shown on the table, mainly because we were trying to emphasize what happened since your December 4th meeting in 2020. So not all we're not going to go through each of the numbers in the analysis of each of the individual taxes. If you'll look at your packet, there is a Word document that follows these introductory slides that was kindly put in the packet for your guidance to show where what bills generated the fiscal impacts. So these are the impacts that were used in the estimates that will be presented today. So if there's no questions with this introductory material, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Michael Jones to talk about the national and state economies. So I'm going to switch presentations. There you are, Michael.
Morning, everyone.
Morning.
Switch to
Good morning.
good morning. I'm gonna also see if I can make this gallery a little larger so I can see everybody on the screen here. No sense in having this so small. Now I can see everybody's face. And I'll do my best to try to focus on the screen rather than distracting by looking over to the side. Well, as always, as Greg said, we talk about what are the differences between the last time we met, what is different and what is being presented this time versus the previous presentation. And overall, I would have to say it is a narrowing. We see optimism. The optimistic scenarios are less optimistic. The pessimistic scenarios are slightly less pessimistic. And we see a little bit more of a moderation in the control forecast. So overall, GDP growth was revised down in the near term and up in the outer term. And this is characterized by this continued inventory building, a lot of drawdown of inventories requiring future production to help rebuild those inventories. And so we're pulling from calendar 22 into 21 in many cases, which means in the fiscal terms, we see that GDP growth in fiscal 22 has now been revised down from 5.1 to 4.6. And in 24, we see that it has been revised slightly upwards from 3.4 to 3.8%. I will say overall, every variable for fiscal 24 has a very slight change. It's usually 0.1%. So for example, in fiscal 24, the GDP growth has been revised down to 2.6 from 2.7 that was presented in October. And again, it's a continued story of these inventories having to be increased as they've been drawn down, as the ratio of sales to inventory is at an all-time low. The IHS Markit forecast has raised their expectations for inflation. They've now raised headline PCE inflation from the 2.2% for fiscal 23 and 24 that was presented last time to 2.3%. And again, that's headline PCE inflation. That's not CPIU. They still have a long-term viewpoint that we will be getting to approximately the Federal Reserve's target rate of 2% in the long run. And they definitely changed their assumptions, and they've been proven correct, as we saw from the meeting last week, that the tapering of the Federal Reserve asset program will happen much faster than previously assumed. And they have changed the first increase in the federal funds rate from the previous presentation, where it was expected to occur in March of 23 to September of 22. So a significant increase in when they believe the first rates changes to the federal funds rate will occur. Now, the control forecast itself, if you read through the November, I always call them Global Insight. If you read through the November IHS Markit, the word Omicron never appears. And if you've had a sneak peek at the December, you know that it does not include any impacts due to the Omicron variant. So what is in this current forecast? The underlying forecast, we do have GDP growth estimated to be 4.6 in fiscal 22 and 3.8 in fiscal 23. And again, those growth projections in the near term have been reduced. The deceleration of the PCE services expenditures, continued spread of the Delta variant, while of course they are impressed at the rate at which vaccines have been developed, we're very much slowing down the pace at which the vaccines are being adopted in the population. We've hit good numbers for a lot of categories, but the overall growth of vaccine uptake has slowed quite a bit. And again, the consumer shifting patterns, as they call it, a renormalization. And as we try to move away from expenditures on so many goods and move back towards services in the control forecast. And again, the key is that what is lost in fiscal 22 in their forecast is shifted out to fiscal 23. And of course, in the Commonwealth, we're certainly seeing that in the realm of motor vehicle production. Without a doubt, Toyota, for example, suffering a 26% decline in production in the last few weeks, now forecasts that in January, they will hit an all-time record of making 800,000 cars globally in 1 month. And that's even more impressive since they've announced that 2 of the factories in Japan will be closed down due to constraints on the supply chain. Again, the Federal Reserve assumptions in the control is that they will keep the federal fund rate near 0 throughout the end of the first quarter of fiscal 23. And again, the asset purchases will be fully tapered and completed by the beginning of fiscal 23. And we've seen certainly some volatility in energy prices. The estimate for West Texas Intermediate is expected to be $81.39 a barrel at the end of fiscal 22. I'm sorry, by the end of this calendar year, second quarter of fiscal 22, but reduced slightly as we move into fiscal 23 at $74.36. Now, in the case of the optimistic scenario, again, it's slightly less optimistic. So we have GDP increasing to 5.5 in fiscal 22 and 4.8 in fiscal 23. That compares to 6.9% in the previous optimistic scenario and 4.5% in fiscal 23. So again, a narrowing in the optimism. Again, the assumption being that there would be a greater response from consumers on the Infrastructure and the Jobs Act, and assuming again that vaccination rates pick back up. The employment increase of 4.9% in fiscal 22, that compares to 4.8% in the previous presentation. Unemployment down to 3.1, that was compared to 4.2 last time. Real consumer spending increased by 6.8% as compared to 7.6%. And core PCE declining at 4.9% in the second quarter of fiscal 22 to 2.3% in the second quarter of fiscal 23. Strong assumption on light vehicles. Unit sales assumed to be 19.5% in fiscal 23. That compares to 9.8% in the previous presentation. So a tremendous uptick in the optimistic scenario. And again, assuming that the global economy recovers more quickly than that in the baseline forecast. Now, in the pessimistic scenario, again, all based on the virus. I know I've heard the gentleman on Marketplace say numerous times, the virus is still in control of the economy in many cases. And certainly in the pessimistic scenario, that is the case, assuming that there's a resurgent virus, increased cases and hospitalization. Again, employment impacted by delays in schools, childcare availability. And so GDP growth rises to 3.6% in 22 and 3.2% in 23. That compares to the 3.7% presented last time. So no change there, but up slightly in 23. So again, the pessimistic is slightly more optimistic, if you will. I won't go through and read all of the additional information on the slide, but overall, we see that in each variable, there's been a slight uptick from what was presented last time. Stronger employment gains, unemployment rate down to 4.1% as compared to 4.3% in the previous presentation. So again, slightly more optimism in the pessimistic scenario. And I will say, if you looked at the December IHS forecast, and I do have the information here. If there are variables that you're concerned about, we can certainly address them, but they do not include any specific assumptions for the Build Back Better Act, which based on the news from yesterday, seems to be appropriate, which means an end to the advanced child tax credit payments. And no assumption, of course, on the infrastructure associated with that bill, and no assumption on anything involving the spreading of the Omicron variant. So I do have that information for December, but it is not as much of a change as you might expect, given all that we've learned in the past few weeks. So given the forecast as it is, the underlying forecast, here's our forecast for GDP. Again, stronger growth in the optimistic, picking up growth in the control, and again, slightly less growth in the pessimistic. Looking at the specifics, you can see again the numbers I mentioned earlier in the control scenario, 4.6, 3.8, and then a slight change in fiscal 24 as we have both the optimistic and pessimistic at 2.9%. And again, compared to what was presented in October versus what is being presented in December, we see a reduction in 22, an increase in 23, and a slight decline in 24. And you will see that that picture is, that pattern is repeated numerous times as we go through the slides. So employment, of course, strong growth in employment, although labor force participation in the underlying control forecast does take a significant time to get back to normal. And you can see here in the control optimistic, pessimistic percentages, again, pessimistic and is certainly more pessimistic than the control and the optimistic in the near term, but all about the same in the out year. And again, slight increase in 22 and 23 from what was presented last time, and again, a slight decrease in fiscal 24. Manufacturing employment, of course, like I said, there's a tremendous amount of activity going on in Kentucky. You know, we saw back in October that there was a, let's see, it was a 1.3% decline in September and then a 1.7% increase in October. But in automobile manufacturing, we saw an 11% increase in October production. So we have seen a tremendous amount of activity associated with the manufacturing that, of course, Kentucky is so well known for. So again, you can see a tight band on the control optimistic, pessimistic in the near term, but certainly more pessimistic in 23 compared to the control having growth in both negatives in both the control and the optimistic and the pessimistic in 23, coming off of that surge that it would be predicted in the optimistic, and again declines in 20 and 24 for both the optimistic and the pessimistic. I'm going to see if I can move this because I actually cannot see the slides and which ones are being presented. So I'm going to see if I can move this control bar over top. Okay, so I'm much better. You can see my screen now. So again, here's the control forecast. So again, more optimism in 22, a reduction in 23, and actually a flip in 24. In this case, the control forecast is more optimistic in the out year of 24, whereas before we had projected a slight decline in the control forecast. Real personal income. Again, as I said, you know, this forecast did not assume any change, did not assume the continuation of the Build Back Better Act, quite the tongue twister there. So again, no more advance payments on the child care tax credit. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to say child tax credit. And of course, we've seen a tremendous pullback from the other direct forms of subsidies and stimulus that we had received during the COVID period. So again, coming off those large spikes, we still see good growth in the optimistic, but you can see in the control scenario, returning to the, you know, a little bit higher than the long-term growth rate, but certainly much more attuned to what we had seen previous to the COVID experience. Again, coming off of that tremendous amount of transfer income that we saw in fiscal 21, all the forecasts have a decline in 22, with again slight increases in 23, and then resuming growth in 24. Compared to what was presented last time, almost no change in 22, slight decrease in 23, and again a slight decrease in 24. Now, wage and salaries, of course, you know, again focusing just on wages, we have seen relatively strong growth, a lot of activity in the marketplace. I know as I was driving on the interstate just last week, I was surprised by the number of factories that had large banners hanging on their side talking about starting wages, you know, $17, $18, $20 an hour minimum. And it seems like it's impossible to go anywhere without knowing that Amazon starts everyone at a minimum of $15. So there's a lot of competition out there as people are trying to bring folks in, overcoming some of that hesitancy to come back to work for some people. And you can see in the control optimistic, pessimistic. So strong growth still in 22 of 8.4% in the control, and then moderating as we go out in 23 and 24. But if you compare it to what was said last time, we are slightly more optimistic in the near term, still having strong growth in 23, and then a slight change in 24, going from that 5.2 to 5.5% estimated growth. Real consumer spending, again, I talked earlier about the assumption that we're in the IHS market forecast would be more of the renormalization, as they call it. Since we had flipped the script, you know, we went from a 66% services, 33% goods, and we flipped the script to goods. And now we're assuming that in the near term and into the out term, we'll be going back to more services being consumed relatively soon, versus the goods that have been dominating people's purchases as they've stayed closer to home, if you will. Control optimistic, pessimistic forecast. Again, pretty big difference between the control and the optimistic, but in the out year, everything does narrow, as we've seen in some of the other variables. Compared to last time, just a slight increase in 22 and then a slight decrease in 23 and holding steady in 24. So no relative change, 23 to 24, but both do decline by 0.2% in the updated forecast. We don't have a graph. I'm sorry, we don't have a chart for this one, but we do have the, I said that backwards. We don't have the line graph, but we do have the bar chart for the CPI. Now the CPI, of course, is not the same as the core PCE assumption that we're making concerning the Fed's targeted long-term 2% growth rate. But in the CPI, and this does exclude food and energy, in the near term, in the control forecast, 3.6% falling to 2.4 and 2.2 in the out year. Obviously, in the optimistic, economy runs a little hotter and they keep it at 2.7 and 2.4. And of course, in the pessimistic scenario, things once again pull back and prices decline with 1.5 and 1% in the out years. Compared to what was presented last time, again, upticks in the assumed rate of inflation, 3.6 in the current year versus the 3.5 presented last time, and then 2.4 and 2.2, again, higher in 23, very close to the same estimate in 24. Consumption of gasoline and oil, again, high prices, but people having an urge to travel, of course, feeling more optimism about traveling for the holidays and other trips. We do see that the nominal consumption, this is in dollars, this is not gallons, we do see relatively slow declines, but certainly nothing compared to that strong growth we saw from coming out of COVID to the current time period. And you can see that here in the very, very large percentage gains in fiscal 22, control, optimistic, pessimistic, all well above 30%. And then a pullback in 23 and 24. Now, compared to last time, again, very strong growth in 22, 36.2% in the current forecast versus the 27.4% presented last time. And then again, a further pullback in fiscal 23 of 5.8% versus the 3.1% that was presented last time. And a flipping of the script, if you will, a pullback of another 4.5% in the current forecast versus a slight gain that was forecasted last time of 0.3%. And again, that is in dollars. Growth rates of nominal expenditures, I should say. Unit sales of light vehicles, again, a key variable for Kentucky. Now, of course, we know that the Corvette plant has had some tornado damage. And of course, none of the storm damage is included in here. I should have said that earlier when I mentioned the control forecast overall assumptions. But again, you can see incredibly strong growth forecasted in the optimistic scenario. But even still, in the control scenario, a continued decline in the near term as we get through some of the supply issues, and then a very strong growth rate. And then the pessimistic scenario just takes a little bit longer to come back from the current decline due to the supply chain issues. Looking forward, 20.7% growth in the control forecast for 23. Again, that might seem a little strange, but in the optimistic scenario, the more is assumed to occur in 22, whereas in the control scenario, again, you're pushing some of that production out farther relative to what is being predicted in the optimistic scenario. And then again, everything getting back to closer to a normal growth rate in fiscal 24 of 5.5% for the control, and obviously more delays in the pessimistic scenario, whereas just more general optimism in the optimistic scenario at 6.5%. So different reasons for why those are both higher than the control assumption. Again, compared to last time, 16% pullback in unit sales for fiscal 22. Again, supply chain issues, but again, a tremendous push forward for 23, 20.7% growth in the current forecast versus 8.1% in the previous forecast. And then rather than flat sales in fiscal 24, 5.5% growth in fiscal 24. Real exports of goods and services. Needless to say, the trade deficit numbers have been more than interesting as we know about the delays of shipments coming in. It's been interesting to see what has been going out on behalf of the United States. But you can see in the real exports of goods and services, strong growth assumed, again, pushed out into 23, 8.3% growth in fiscal 23, 6.9% in fiscal 24 for the control scenario. And again, more of that story of the reason why the optimistic assumes things clear out at a faster pace. And so we see more growth in the out term, whereas it's more of a delayed growth in the pessimistic scenario. So 7.6% growth in 24 in the pessimistic scenario, but that's because it takes so long to get there, if you will. And compared to what we said last time, a pullback in the current 3.4% versus 6.2%, but again, an uptick in 23 and an uptick in 24 in the control scenario. And of course, much interest to Kentucky, the real exports of motor vehicles and parts, following that same pattern of dropping off, coming back, suffering through a decline because of the supply chain issues, and then the control forecast and the optimistic forecast, strong growth going outwards. Whereas again, in the pessimistic scenario, it just takes a lot longer for growth to occur and to get through some of the supply chain issues. And you can see that in the control optimistic pessimistic, as everything in fiscal 22 is either barely positive or slightly negative, but strong growth in 23, 12.8, 14.3, and 8% growth in the pessimistic scenario. Control and optimistic, obviously much better, that 12.8 and 14.3, but then everything pulls back again in fiscal 24. And compared to what was presented last time, again, a shocking difference going from 12.7% growth in fiscal 22 to a slight decline of 0.1% in the near term. But then again, pushing out that production, pushing out those exports, 23 at 12.8% growth versus a 7.1% last time. And then again, a pullback in 24 of 2.2% versus the 0.7% that was assumed last time. Now, I know I did go through those quickly. I know that some of those we consider to be more key variables than others. But if there are variables that you are concerned about, I'm happy to talk about any of them. And if you would like to know or see how they compare to the most up-to-date IHS market forecast, I'd be happy to address that too. But again, with the caveat that there is no assumption built into the published for December IHS market forecast that includes any assumptions related to Omicron, nor does it include anything with the Build Back Better Act. So I'd be happy to answer any questions about the national estimates from IHS market. Nope. All right. Well, I'll switch quickly to the Kentucky outlook. I should probably see if I can change the volume because I'm not sure if I actually heard. Can't change the volume. That's unfortunate. All right, I apologize for the delay. So looking at the Kentucky economic outlook. So what are the key difference from in the current forecast versus what was presented in October? And again, we have no information, none of the changes or assumptions that might have occurred in the December IHS market forecast could have been included in this. So I have no way to speak to that, nor do any of the other analysts. So this is solely focused on the traditional display of what is different from today's presentation compared to October. No way to sneak peek, unfortunately, in this case. So the employment growth estimates moderate, and they do shift out to fiscal 2023. Again, a large impact in manufacturing assumptions spilling over into the overall assumptions. So non-farm employment declines to 3.6 from the previous estimate of 3.9, while fiscal 23 increases to 2.9 from the previous 2.2% estimate. And then again, that manufacturing growth increases to 3.6 and 2.4 in fiscal 22 and 23 respectively. And I have a comparison chart to show the specific differences between what was presented in October versus today. Still strong growth in wages and salaries. We've continued to show gains off that historically low labor force participation rates. And again, the underlying forecast assumes it will take 2 additional years to get back to pre-pandemic levels of labor force participation. And of course, in Kentucky, we've historically had a relatively low labor force participation rate as compared to some other states. But the personal income forecast is certainly forecast to be negative in fiscal 22. Again, as I said, coming off of that tremendous amount of fiscal stimulus, the direct payments from the federal government, and now the advanced payments of the child tax credit. You know, if you look back over the last 6 months, those have added up into Kentucky to approximately $1.65 billion in direct payments to families with children in Kentucky. And of course, that is assumed to end as of the payment that went out day before yesterday. So, and again, in all forms, significant decline in transfer payments as all the stimulus measures are forecasted to recede completely. So here's the Kentucky non-farm employment. Again, coming off that tremendous drop during COVID, we've seen quick growth back, and you can clearly see that the optimistic forecast would have very strong growth, whereas in the control forecast, we're slowly getting back to essentially that long-term growth rate. And again, just a delayed response in the pessimistic forecast. Comparing the control optimistic and pessimistic going out, fairly tight band again, especially in 23 on the control and the optimistic. And then an extremely close in fiscal 24, almost no difference in the forecast and the out year. But again, as we discussed, a lot of that has to do with the reason why the different growth rates are assumed in the optimistic versus the pessimistic assumptions. Compared to the US as a whole for fiscal 22, you can see that we're expected to have slower growth than the nation as a whole, within essentially even growth, if not slightly more in fiscal 23, and then again, slower growth than the nation in fiscal 24. Compared to what was presented last time, in the current year, 3.6% growth versus 3.9% presented last time. But again, shifting out 2.9% growth versus 2.2% in fiscal 23, and then a slight decline relative to last time at 0.8% versus 1.1% at the previous meeting. Manufacturing employment, I've talked about this extensively, so I won't belabor those points. But if you look again, relatively tight band in the out year, but strong gains in fiscal 22 and 23 in the control and optimistic scenarios. And of course, the pessimistic scenario, that delayed recovery. Compared to the US as a whole. Now, in this case, it tells a different story. And certainly in 22, we're expecting to have stronger growth in manufacturing than the US economy as a whole. And that is expected to continue for both 23 and 24 as we continue to see more of the vehicle production and the overall durable good production continue as inventories are rebuilt. Compared to what was presented last time. Again, strong growth in 22 compared to last time, 3.6% versus 2.9, slightly more in 23, and then again, slightly more in 24. So the big shift here is definitely that increase in fiscal 22 for Kentucky. Personal income, we discussed that. Again, that growth rate coming off those two enormous spikes that occurred during COVID with the direct transfer payments. And we've seen the impact in our receipts of what has occurred with the child tax care payments, but child tax credit payments, but that was again assumed not to continue going forward. Control optimistic, pessimistic, again, coming off the tremendous amount of fiscal 20 and 21, we have pullback in most cases for fiscal 22, and then resuming slight growth out in 23 and 24. Compared to the US as a whole in fiscal 22, we expect us to have more of a pullback than the nation as a whole, and then to have, again, slower growth than the US as a whole going forward. And compared to last time, again, more negative in 22, and then reduced growth in 23, and essentially the same growth in 24. Now, wages and salaries, of course, as we talked about, tighter labor markets and pressures for increased wages in the control optimistic, pessimistic, can clearly see fairly strong growth in 22 at 7.6 and 8.3% in the control and the optimistic, and then moderating as we go out, 6% and 6.4%, 4.3, 4.5% in the control and the optimistic for 23 and 24 respectively. And in the case of the pessimistic scenario, again, growth, but for different reasons, 7.1, 5, and 3.5% in the out years. As again, the pessimistic has more of a delayed growth built into it. Compared to the US as a whole, every year of the forecast, slightly slower growth than what is forecasted for the US as a whole for Kentucky. Compared to last time, again, a little bit of a pullback in 22 as we shift out, especially in the manufacturing sector, wages shift out into 23, 6% growth in 23 versus 5.2% presented last time, and 4.3 in 24 versus the 4.1% that was presented at the previous meeting. Transfer payments, again, I've mentioned this numerous times, coming off those enormous increases that occurred during the pandemic time of COVID. You can see a very, very tight band. It's almost impossible to even see the optimistic compared to the control on this graph. And you can see why here, the band between the differences is almost indistinguishable. Everyone assumes, all forecasts assume a tremendous pullback in fiscal 22 from what was seen in fiscal 21. And then again, a slight negative in all cases in 23, and then a little bit better growth outside in 24. And again, compared to last time, more negative compared to last presentation in both 22 and 23, with a slight uptick of 4.3 versus 3.7% in fiscal 24. And obviously, I went through those relatively quickly. I, of course, would be happy to entertain any questions or go back and deal with any slides, or if there's any questions that have now come to your mind about any of the IHS market assumptions.
I think I have a question.
Sure.
And I don't know if you can go back to it, but on the slide that has like in Kentucky, the non-farm payrolls. I guess my question overall is, I always like it. Thanks for giving like the percentages. So it looks like, Kentucky, if I look at fiscal year 2022, isn't going to be as big in growth as the US. And so it's helpful. I guess I'm looking at the graph though. Is the last, I don't know if you can go back a little bit further to the graph. I'm looking at, I guess, the curve, Kentucky non-farm employment.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said payrolls. I was thinking actual wages and salaries.
Yeah, like the Kentucky non-farm employment. Yeah. So the last, it's a big bump.
It is.
And this is by quarter, right?
Yes. These are.
And so this is, I guess, this is where we're going from, right? So the three lines afterwards look the same, but this is a big change just in the last quarter from the ones before. And so, is it going to even back out as it looks, or is it going to keep going straight up? It seems like something for us to discuss just a moment. Do you know why this last quarter was like so big? I mean, I know this is the MAC model, but this was actual numbers, right?
Yeah. Yes. And so, and you can see, the percentages that underlie this can be seen in this graph right here, for the fiscal years as a whole. But I will say, one of the things I deal with is unemployment insurance. And we have seen unemployment insurance claims fall into the approximately 1,000 people a week, whereas, of course, we had been running in the tens of thousands and more during the extremes of COVID. But now, without the additional benefits of the federal extra payments, and again, a lot of people are unaware, you have to have a certain amount of wages earned within a look back period. So even if you were to lose your job, many folks these days would not be eligible because they were on unemployment during the peak of COVID. They didn't earn enough wages to be able to resume a new claim. Or if they do, they would qualify for very, very little, and certainly without the extra help. So I think between the strong advertisements of wages that are available, the people seeking help, more availability of childcare, schools being open, and again, less of an alternative of what you might do if you do not gain a job. I think that's why we've seen a tremendous uptick in the last quarter of employment. And of course, again, because we deal with fiscal years, that's embodied here in this graph on the assumptions for fiscal 22 at that 3.6% jump in the control, and even stronger growth in the optimistic is what we think might occur in the next 2 months. Again, with that manufacturing shift as we come off of the tremendous hits that we saw back in September. And certainly we weren't as impacted by Hurricane Ida. I know that overall, if you read the IHS market write-up, they talk tremendously about how much was knocked offline, especially places that were using natural gas and natural gas source chemicals coming out of the Gulf Coast, than the impact of Ida. But quite a snap back, like I said, 11% snap back in October. And I think as the staffing continues, we're going to continue to see some of this pushing forward. So again, I think some of those growth rates, especially for fiscal 22, are, it's an amalgamation of what we've seen as we've recovered and came off of some of the hits that we saw from the spreading of COVID, uptick in cases in the most recent months. And moving forward, I think that's going to, it is going to continue to keep growing at a fairly decent pace. Again, assuming that Omicron does not turn out to be more of a concern than we already think it might be.
Thanks.
Well, in that case, I appreciate everyone's patience, and I appreciate all of your hard, diligent work. I know you don't have an enviable task given the current volatility and assumptions, but I appreciate
The only one that lost things?
No,
No, I
don't
lost
know
things
that.
too.
Okay.
Yeah.
That leads me to believe that the skipping and popping I was hearing earlier wasn't me, but maybe it was them.
So what did people think of David Sinclair's email?
As usual, I think David has good insights.
Yeah, I
Um,
appreciate his the supply chain.
Yeah, I'm a little less convinced of that, but I thought his insights on likely inflation were pretty good. And
Yeah.
although, you know, I mean, IHS seems to disagree with him. And I thought, you know, I like him though. I'm kind of a little more optimistic. Although my optimism tends to be more in the short run. Like, to be honest, I'm leaning towards something where we're optimistic for our update of fiscal year 22 and optimistic in fiscal year 23, and then back to a control in 24. I don't know if we want to do that. That's more complicated. Greg's probably going, oh God, no. He didn't hear that. But I thought Dave's insights were good. What'd you think, Bruce?
I agreed about inflation, and I'm more inclined to agree with his inflation his views on inflation being faster, in part because of his views on the supply chain. I think that's why he is so optimistic about the future in terms of nominal revenue.
What? Jose, why?
Well, they only predicted a 0.1 increase, and I mean, Omicron's definitely affected the European market. So we are going to, at the very least, feel that via waves onto our coastline, right? Because there's going to be continued supply chain disruption, and it'll be much worse if we actually get the full breakouts, which are starting to happen in the Northeast. And you already saw Cornell and Penn pull their graduations and finals. It hasn't moved its way out here yet, but it only took, what, a week to go from 0.3 to 3% up in that area. If the supply chain gets disrupted again, inflation is going to continue to rise because people are tired of being cooped up. So demand's going to stay where it's at, and the products are not going to get there.
I think our Frankfurt team is back.
Sorry about that.
No worries.
I think you're having a good discussion. Do you want to continue it, or do you want to go to the revenue slides?
I vote for more slides.
More
Yeah, me
slides.
too.
Me too.
All right, with that, I'm going to transfer to Dr. Thomas Jones, who's going to talk about the individual and coal taxes. So Thomas, the floor is yours.
Okay, can everyone hear me?
Yes.
Very good. First slide, please, Craig. I'm not seeing any slides.
Oh, I need to share the screen. Sorry.
There we go. So I've shown you back to FY17, which was back during a period of what I would call normal growth, normal historical growth. If you go back for the last 2 decades, individual income tax was growing at an average rate of 3.3%. And so you can see back in 17 and 18, we were near those average rates. And in the last, excuse me, in the last 3 years, we've experienced several unusual events, including the recession in FY19. I'm sorry, the tax law change in FY19. That primarily impacted withholding, is that negative 1.3% that you see. And then in FY20, receipts seem to pick up right where they left off in FY18. Growth in FY21 occurred across withholding, declarations, and net returns. And you can see that in FY22, the first quarter of FY22, growth picked up again, and the great majority of that growth was all in withholding. And then you can see in October and November of 21, receipts really shot up. And again, almost all of that growth occurred in withholding. 2 consecutive months, October and November, of plus 40% receipts. I think this has, there's two, think of this in sort of 2 different components. One part of it is an improvement in the economy, but the other part is there was a lower base. Keep in mind that we're still 72,000 jobs below where we were before the recession. But employment is still slowly improving, as you saw in Michael's slides. Next slide, please.
Wait, before you go on to that, I have a question.
Mhm.
So I just multiplied 1,262 times 4, and I
Right.
got 5,048.
Yes, you did.
So that's actually a decline relative to fiscal 21.
Right.
So the fiscal 21 7.9% growth was clearly coming out of second, third, fourth quarter, not what's that 6.5% change relative to is really kind of what I'm asking. Is
Oh,
that
that's
relative to first quarter fiscal year 21?
correct. That is
So that means
FY20.
that the third, fourth, fifth quarter were way higher, but
Yes.
now we're back down to something lower. Relative.
You are absolutely correct.
Okay.
The
So it's
second half,
this.
the
and
second
so-
half of FY21 are very high hurdles,
Okay.
and that's going to be important later.
Yep.
But
Thank you.
your insights are spot on.
Well, I can multiply by 4
Next slide, please.
with the help of my computer.
Hey, Greg, can you advance the slide for me?
Yes, I'm trying. There we go.
Alrighty, there we
Yeah.
go. The withholding methodology, this is the same methodology I've been using for many years. This is precisely the same specification that I used in October, except that I've added one more observation to the withholding forecast. You can see there the range is to FY22 Q2, and I forecasted the December value using an ARIMA model. And so the October and November observations are in the history. Let's see here. So for the declarations model, this is the same model that I presented to you in October with the same $20 million added on to the FY22. That $20 million, as you recall, I explained this way back in August, but I think it's worth noting again. If you take a straight, what I had been using for a long time for declarations was a simple 3-year moving average model. And I did that again in August, and I found that it was a little bit low because the 2 quarters right before we did the August model, declarations was running really hot. And I thought that the 3-year moving average was really not picking up how well declarations were doing in the short run. So I added on the $20 million one time to FY22. And so through the averaging process, there's going to be a hint of that in the out years as well, but just a flat $20 million added to the FY22 value. Next slide, please. This is the same net returns model that I presented in October. Nothing has changed in the last 2 months to make me think that anything different is going to happen. And we talked extensively in October about what we thought was going to happen in net returns. Fiduciary is also the same as it was in August and October. The sum of all modifications for net returns is positive. If I had left net returns as a simple moving average, then it would have been negative 145 million for FY22, and that just seemed unrealistic. So we had to take into account all of these other things about the itemized filers and their deductions going away, the loss of the UI withholding adjustments, and the current trends, the very recent trends in pays and refunds. Next slide, please. I'll go ahead and talk about Kentucky wages and salaries. Michael talked a lot about Kentucky wages and salaries. You can see the slide again. I presented it here. Some of the FY22 wages and salaries observations are compared to the recession level values in FY21, and therefore you get very high wages and salary growth rates were you to compute them. There's very little difference between the three scenarios, even out to FY24. But all three scenarios have a very similar path, increasing growth rates in the short run and then tapering in the two out years. The pessimistic scenario returns to the pre-recession trend line by FY24. But the optimistic and control remain higher growth rates than the pre-recession growth rates, even out to 24. Next slide, please. So here's the withholding forecasts for control, pessimistic and optimistic. Are you with me, Greg?
Yeah.
There we go. There we go. Thank you. Withholding is expected to remain high throughout most of FY22, just not as high in the last couple of months. That will be the highest single year growth rate for withholding that we've had, the 8.8% growth rate that I've got shown on for FY22. That'll be the highest growth rate for withholding since the year 2000, when it was 6.9%. So it's very, very high growth. Year to date withholding growth is currently 7.9%. October withholding grew by 12.3%, and November withholding grew by 11.6%. So right now withholding is very high. Next slide, please. And here you can see the withholding control comparison compared to what we showed in October. In the October and November values of withholding were much higher than expected. It's not surprising that the forecast for withholding has gone up from October to December, just given those two extremely high values of withholding in the last 2 months. But that growth tapers in FY23 down to a modest 4.8% and 3.6% in FY24, which is much closer to a normal long run growth rate for withholding. Next slide, please. And here's the declarations forecast. It's exactly the same as it was that we presented in October. Nothing notable has happened in October or November to make me think that we should change it from the October values. October and November were both non-declarations months for individual income tax. The total receipts for those 2 months were $18 million for those 2 months. That's just a couple of $100,000 greater than it was in the same 2 months of the previous year. So there's really nothing that's going on in those 2 months to make me believe that we should change our forecast from what we did in October. Next slide, please. Net returns, also no change in the net returns forecast from October. Both October and November are, of course, non-payment months for returns filers. Most October returns that the Department of Revenue sees are amended returns from the tax year 21. So even if something significant were to happen in October, that's really more of a statement about what happened in the previous tax year and not so much a statement about what's going on currently or in the future. Next slide, please. Also, the fiduciary, nothing has changed since October. We've left the model the same. Fiduciary usually runs the first 3 quarters slightly negative, and all of the positive returns are posted in the 4th quarter. And we expect a very small positive 4th quarter in FY22, and that results in 1.6 million in total receipts for FY22. Next slide, please. These are the same legislative adjustments that I presented before in August and October, and nothing has changed with the legislative adjustments. Next slide, please. And these final estimates, combining all 4 components, also include all the legislative adjustments. So the only thing that has changed since last time is withholding. October and November of 21 withholding were very, very good. Again, October withholding was 12.3% and November withholding was 11.6%. The ARIMA produced a December withholding growth of 12.0%. So the entire 2nd quarter of FY22 is extremely good growth for withholding. To give you a comparison, when we pushed away from the table in October, year-to-date withholding growth was an excellent 5.3%. Year-to-date withholding growth now is 7.9%. So those 2 months of withholding rate made a huge difference in our year-to-date withholding growth. That's over 2.5% better year-to-date growth. That's the primary driver of the new FY22 amounts that you see in the center columns there. Next slide, please. So here I've sort of simplified our needs report for you for just the individual income tax. This is the control scenario only. And the 9.0% that you see there is for all of individual income tax year-to-date growth. The 3.1% needs number seems low, but like we talked about a moment ago, we have some very high hurdles in the next 7 months. The legislative actions that in the legislative slide that I showed you a moment ago, those are all going to hit. Those will show up almost entirely in the April receipts bucket. That lowers the FY22 estimate by about $30 million. And second, the base in the second half of the year is very high. So we have some high hurdles. What occurred in the 7-month period from December of 2020 to June 2021, individual income tax grew by 23.6%. In 4 of those months, withholding alone grew by 8%, 9%, 12%, and 17%. So we have some extremely high hurdles, as you noted. Those growth rates back then appeared to be real. They weren't slop from adjacent months. It appeared to be real withholding, but we're not calling for growth in the double digits in the forecast for the withholding or for all of individual income tax. Let's see here. Declarations finished the year up 16.7%. A second year of that kind of a growth seems unlikely. So we have a small decline in withholding off of an extremely high base year. The $611 million in declarations money posted in FY21 was the second highest ever. It was just $6 million shy of the record. The total individual income tax growth of 5.3% for all of FY22. So even with this high growth and the lower growth rates, but still high for the rest of the year, 5.3% for all of FY22 is still historically high, robust growth. Next slide, please. And here you can see that needs report simplified for all 3 of the scenarios. Very, very similar needs, really. And that's all I have for individual. If there's any questions, I'll be happy to answer them. Okay, if there's no questions, I'll move on to Cole.
Could you speak for a moment
Sure.
on how these changes are occurring in your model? Where are the increases coming from? Backing up. You've got
99. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, my understanding is you have a forecast from Global Insight, we call it
Yes.
now. Okay, which then feeds into your model. Okay, and the increases we see then are directly from what's happened to Kentucky wages and salaries, or what's expected to happen to Kentucky
That is correct.
wages. Okay.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And that all worked through withholding in this case. The other
Yes, sir.
components don't change.
Yes, sir. Could you go back 3 slides, please, to the change from that's the one. One more slide forward. The change between, there we go. You had it. There we go. The 146 million difference, since the net returns, declarations, and fiduciary did not change at all from October, all of that $146 million difference is due to the withholding. And the withholding is based on the Kentucky wages and salary, as you mentioned. And so Global Insight feels more optimistic about their control scenario for Kentucky wages and salary. And therefore, our forecast for withholding and therefore individual income tax has gone up significantly.
Okay. Thank you.
Yes, sir. Let's go back to Cole. There we go. And I showed you a little bit of history here. Coal receipts peaked in FY12 with $298 million in receipts. Tax receipts have declined in every year since then. You can see in FY19 that there shows up a positive value there, but that was a one-time payment by a taxpayer for previous tax years. Had it not been for that taxpayer, FY19 would have also been negative. Coal receipts in the fourth quarter of FY21 grew by 29.2%. Coal receipts in the first quarter of FY22 grew by 6.1%. Things seem to be really turning around in the last 2 quarters for coal. November 2020, that's November 2020, calendar 2020, was a very strange month. It seemed to double in size compared to November of 2019. I suspect that some of the November 2020 receipts belonged in adjacent months. So it's odd to say that we had a decline of negative 24.8% in November off of a November 2020 compared to a November 2020 that was an unusual. It may not have been all true money that belonged in November. But nonetheless, November seemed to be a decent month, given that some of the money in October 2020 probably belonged in adjacent months buckets. I did an ARIMA model for December of 2021 it came out to be $4.9 million for the month of December. So that's monthly growth of 2.7% for December forecasted. That's sort of what you'd expect from an ARIMA model that's got history that's sort of jumping all around recently. The coal on a month-to-month basis has been jumping around for the last couple of months. Next slide, please. Here's a little bit of a summary from some of the energy markets. Michael spoke a little bit about them. Severed tons has been falling recently. In fact, severed tons have been declining since FY12. It's only in the last 2 quarters that severed tons has been increasing. I was very surprised to see these 2 fairly robust increases in severed tons. Severed tons in the last 2 months, in the last 2 quarters, I'm sorry, severed tons increased 2 quarters ago, severed tons increased by 16.7%. And last quarter, just recently received this data, severed tons increased by 62.2%. Now, while those are gaudy growth rates, these are growth rates off of record lows, all-time historical lows for coal severed tons in the history of Kentucky coal. So while they're gaudy growth rates, in those quarters, we only severed 6 million tons of coal for the entire state. So these are still extremely small severed tons numbers that we're talking about. In the fourth quarter of FY21, we severed, cap prices. Let's talk about cap prices for a moment. Central Appalachian coal prices are rising. In the last 5 weeks, Central Appalachian coal prices have risen by over $13 per ton. And that's just since the last time we met. Last week's Central Appalachian price for coal was $92.50. So it's risen very sharply in a very short period of time. Those are very large changes for the spot market prices. For the Illinois Basin prices, they've risen by a smaller amount, but still significant. They've risen by $5 since the last time we met. Last week, Illinois Basin coal, that's our Western Kentucky coal, was $44.55 a ton on the spot market. Next slide, please. My methodology is exactly the same. This is the exact same model specification that I used in October. The only difference is that I've added one additional value to the history. And as I mentioned, I used an ARIMA model to complete December and complete that second quarter of FY22. Next slide, please. So here you can see what IHS Markit believes is going to happen for coal prices, rising for almost the entire forecast horizon, but tapering in the middle of FY23. All 3 scenarios are extremely similar, even out to FY24. Next slide, please. Michael talked briefly about the price of West Texas Intermediate oil. You can see that in the short run, prices rise to just over $80 per barrel, and then they fall over the course of the forecast horizon down to above $60 a barrel. And that's significant because in October, if you were to look at this same slide in October, what happened was from our last observation, which is the blue line there that you can see where it connects to the green, it immediately went down to the $60 per barrel right after that observation and stayed flat at $60 per barrel for every quarter of the forecast. So it's a quite different forecast for West Texas Intermediate oil compared to October. Still declining for the forecast horizon, but a very different shape. Next slide, please. The unusual feature here is that Global Insight believes that all three scenarios are identical for natural gas prices. Increase in the short run and then decrease over the rest of the forecast horizon. Those are just all the way out to the last quarter of fiscal 24 are just a couple of pennies different across the three scenarios. Next slide, please. The growth for consumer spending has pretty much everything to do with the base period. You can see that the history there has that hump in it. And the line for control is a flattened parabola. It's difficult to see. It's obscured a little bit by the red pessimistic line. The line for optimistic is rising for the entire horizon. Pessimistic is right on top of the control for most of the outlook, the forecast. In the second quarter of FY22, spending rises relative to the second quarter of FY21, which gives you a growth rate, even though it in the short run, it's pretty flat. It's because which is on the backside of that hump. When the remaining quarters are all compared to places which are high on that bump, so while the line is nearly flat or declining, it's still being compared to history, which is elevated, which gives you declining growth rates. So we get a modest declines in the growth rates going forward for the third and fourth quarters of FY22 and for all of FY23. Consumer spending then for control now, consumer spending then ticks up slightly throughout FY24 compared to the modest levels in FY23. Next slide, please. Use the same legislative adjustments. Nothing has changed. It's the same $1.3 million. This is from the exported coal tax credit from House Bill 351 from the regular session in 2020. Nothing has changed with the legislative adjustments. And this is the coal forecast, and it has the legislative adjustments already in it. We're expecting good things from coal for the rest of the year. And recall, these are comparison to historical low values for coal in the previous years. It's been a long time since we've gotten to say that prices are rising, severed tons is rising, and we're expecting a favorable outlook for coal receipts. In FY23, the growth of 31.3%, and then it's improving to 35.3% in 23. And then in 24, the growth tapers off to 3.6%. And even though 3.6% is modest, seeing any positive growth rates in coal is very positive, very favorable. In case you were wondering, after FY24, the growth rates do turn negative in the model. So in FY25 and onward, the growth rates turn small but negative, in case you were wondering. The pessimistic estimates are $400,000 higher in FY22, but slightly lower than the control in 23 and 24. Global Insight doesn't directly address this in their write-up, but typically this has to do with supply issues where there's some additional risk in supply factors, whether it may be the loss of a mine or some other risk-related event on the supply side. We see prices rising on the supply side, and that results in the pessimistic scenario being higher in value than the control. We've seen this before, and it's happened here a little bit. Everything seems to be going very well for coal right now. All three scenarios, prices are high and rising. Next slide, please. Here's the, again, simplified needs report for coal. Year to date, 2.6% growth in coal, and expecting an additional $48 million in coal for the rest of the year. Very robust. Remember, these are again on top of record lows in fiscal 21. Prices are rising robustly for both grades of coal. Severed tons are rising across this time horizon. So while 52% seems like high needs, we're only talking about $16 million in additional revenue compared to last year, the same 7 months. Next slide, please. There we go. Here's the needs report for all three scenarios, and you can see that they're very similar. Most of the drivers had very similar differences. They're very similar between the control pessimistic and optimistic, and that follows through with the dependent variable. Very, very similar outputs for the control pessimistic and optimistic, and that's why the needs are so close. That's all I have, Mr. Chairman, for coal. If there's any questions, I really wish Mr. Sinclair was here. I'd love to hear his feedback.
Thanks, Thomas.
Sure.
Hearing no questions, I'm going to move ahead to the sales tax, the second largest general fund tax source. Fiscal 20 growth, fiscal 20 included the fourth quarter, which was essentially the recessionary quarter, but we still did have growth in fiscal 20 of 3.4%, despite the fourth quarter being down 5.9% due to the onset of COVID. Fiscal 21 growth, to me, was a head scratcher. We grew 12.0%. In the fourth quarter alone, grew 31.4%. You say 31.4 is, compared to a low fourth quarter of the previous year, but the nominal value was of that fourth quarter was tremendous. It was $1,293.0 million, which is, a record by a long shot. And April set the single month record of $486.5 million. So that fourth quarter is going to be a daunting challenge for this fiscal year. One of the things that has been a theme of mine since August is the fact that we received considerable amounts of federal fiscal stimulus that bolstered consumer spending in fiscal year 21. And we went through the different programs that generated that fiscal stimulus. But just when you start to think, oh, well, fiscal 21 was just fiscal stimulus, then fiscal 22 comes along without as much fiscal stimulus. In fact, now that the child tax credit advance credit is gone, there's very little federal fiscal stimulus. Fiscal 22 is still growing 12%. So before, if one would lead you to think that the fiscal stimulus was the whole story on sales tax, I think that would be a wrong conclusion, because the sales tax base has been expanding in recent years. We added services effective July of 2018 and enacted the General Assembly in the regular session of 2018. When we passed that bill, LRC and OSBD come up with fiscal impacts, and the impact for 19 was about 140 million, and the impact for 20 was 216.1 million. So we know that the sales tax base has been growing because of the addition of sales. In addition, sales of services, I meant to say. In addition, we have an enhanced ability to tax online sales. In 2018, we passed remote retailer language. And then in 2019, we passed marketplace provider language. And I showed a slide in October that demonstrated that we got $265.6 million in fiscal 2021 from those two legislative changes. So there's a couple things going on in the sales tax that make the dependent variable kind of a noisy. One is the federal fiscal stimulus, and the other one is the addition of services and online sales. You may recall that when that stuff first passed, we tried to do a policy neutral dependent variable, whereby we would stop the estimation period at the beginning of fiscal 19, forecast going forward, and then do the add backs for the legislation. At this point, I've chosen not to do that because the estimates for the services are quite stale. And as we say, the services and the online sales are now essentially baked into the cake. So we don't forecast the policy neutral series because we simply just don't know the add-ons that have occurred and will occur in the future. I presented this busy slide in October as well, so I'm not going to talk too much about it. It just shows roughly the dates of some of that federal fiscal stimulus, and it shows what the monthly sales tax collections are. The key to this chart is that the red columns represent months that were over $400 million. As I look back on it, there's nothing special about $400 million. It was just, what we strove for, all the time, essentially up to January 20, when we finally did crack the $400 million mark. But it just shows that in recent history, we've hit it on a regular basis. The other thing I'd like to point out is the green column at the end. The green column is my internal forecast for the month of December so that we could close out the second quarter as was done on the individual income tax. This is just a quarterly depiction of the same data. The big peak was in fiscal 21 quarter 4. The fact that I'm showing nominal values instead of growth rates shows yeah, we were going against a low base of 984.3 when we hit the 1293.4 in fiscal 21 quarter 4, but there's no denying that nominally that's just a huge quarter. That's $431 million a month in sales tax. So a really big quarter to get over. The quarters that we need to compare to for the rest of the forecast for fiscal 22 are the fiscal 21 third quarter, which was 1057.3. I have no doubt that we'll exceed that. The challenge is going to be in that fourth quarter, getting over the 1293.0, which is a daunting task, I believe. So what I did in December, so that we can include the second quarter of the fiscal year as a historical quarter, was I did a short run model. I did a couple short run models. I got a number of 401.7, which is 11% growth. And I looked at, the pattern of growth recently, and 11.0 seemed to be something believable enough. So I used it, and in the second quarter of fiscal 22 ended up being 1,233.1 million, or 13.8% growth. So once again, that will be part of the sample of the estimation, which I'm showing on this slide. The estimation sample, I don't go back as far as some. The sales tax model starts in fiscal 10 quarter 1 and goes through fiscal 22 quarter 2 for the sample. And I did what I always do. I run several models, structural models primarily. Most of them are difference due to non-stationarity of both the sales tax and most of the exogenous variables that I use. On the income side, I use Kentucky wages and Kentucky personal income. Personal income was preferred in most cases because it includes transfer payments, which help explain fiscal 21 a little bit. I also use a variable in the IHS database called U.S. state and local personal taxes. And it's just proprietary data series that they forecast, and it actually comes in strongly significant when you regress it against seasonally adjusted sales tax in Kentucky. And then, of course, I use consumer spending variables. I had been using durables, domestic purchases a little bit more, but in December, I changed to U.S. retail sales, mainly because durables and domestic purchases are BEA data, and they're reported as real in real terms. And I wanted the nominal series, the U.S. retail sales that the census puts out. So I tended to prefer the U.S. retail sales when I did the December forecast. And then I ran two VARs. The first one was my usual sales tax and Kentucky personal income as the dependent variables. And I also ran a VAR that had sales tax, seasonally adjusted sales tax difference with U.S. retail sales. And that was the VAR that I ended up using because it had more cross terms that were significant. When you do VARs, I used an 8-month lag, and which is more than probably is necessary, but there were lags 6 periods deep that were significant. I had better cross-term interactions with the U.S. retail sales than I did with the others, so I adopted that as my new VAR. And as usual, I did a weighted blend of 4 models, and I primarily used the Garch estimation techniques due to a suggestion I got from some colleagues that forecast similar models and time series models. What I'm putting up here is something I haven't put up before, and that is the in-sample performance of the models. I apologize with the legend. I show a blue line that says seasonally adjusted sales, and I printed this in eViews. Unfortunately, the blue line gets covered up by the green line. It's completely covered up by the green line because the estimation period for the green line goes up to fiscal 22 Q2, like I said. So that completely covers the blue line, and then the green line to the right of this vertical line right here, the 2021 Q4, that's where the green line is actually a forecasted value and not an actual value. But the green lies on top of the blue, and I apologize for not being able to correct that. So the orange line is where I'm forecasting in sample. And the reason I did that, I do that for all the models to do a restricted least squares estimate of what the weights should be between the 4 models that I use. And basically across the board, all the in-sample models do not predict what we saw in the latter quarters of fiscal 20 and all of fiscal 21. What's marked there are calendar quarters. So the vertical lines at the beginning of fiscal 21 Q1. And I'm getting confused between calendar and fiscal years. The 2021 Q4 is the second quarter of fiscal 22, and 2020 Q1 is the third quarter of fiscal 20. Yes. So that's when I shut off the estimation technique for the orange line, and you can see that what happens in most of these models is you pick up an intercept change, but the model wants to revert back to that trend, the established trend from earlier in the estimation process. So
Which, to
Yes,
interrupt briefly, Greg, which, to be fair, looking at the data from 10 through 20, is probably a really good model. But I don't know how to predict through a pandemic and coming out of a pandemic because I don't have any history off of this. So, I mean, this is where we may want to really think here. But I appreciate that you showed this because it helps me understand where the prediction versus the reality is coming from.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised that I didn't get a little bit more of a slope change, given the period between the two vertical bars. But the slope appears roughly the same, but there is a higher intercept accounting for, a lot of things. I think it accounts for some of the fiscal stimulus that was in, but I also think it accounts for the fact that our base has changed and that we're taxing more services and internet sales. So you can interpret the intercept changes maybe a recognition that the base of the sales tax is broader. The model,
That's a really good point, Greg.
so the model is recognizing that change in the base. Anyway, that's an in sample look at it. But I do this as a necessary tool to do the restricted least squares to find the model weights. This is just a longer view of it's not as interesting because I don't put the new forecast on top, but it's just another look at the in sample. If you made the whole period of forecast, it shows what the prior period residuals are. And here is what I want to talk about. These are the forecasts that came out of my blending process. And to the right on the legend, you can see the weights that I used. The one that performed actually fairly well in sample was the VAR with US retail sales. But as a US retail sales as a codependent variable, I downweighted it a little bit, even though it performed pretty well in sample, because it got off to levels that I just couldn't believe. Getting 1,600 1.6 billion in a quarter by the end of the forecasting period just seemed highly unlikely to me. So rather than giving it an equal weight or a higher weight, I downweighted it to 10%. Most of the models came in like the green and the orange lines. So they got a higher weight of 35%. And then I did a stepwise regression just for giggles and added it to the blend as sort of a counterbalance to the US retail sales, but I gave it a 20% weight. So the actual blended model falls, and I should have drawn it. I was encouraged to draw it and I didn't. It falls kind of right on top of that green line. If you want to know what the blended line looks like, it falls essentially on top of that green line. So the question is, why don't I just use a green line? I don't know. I like to blend, so I did it. Anyway.
Greg, I had a question. So the weightings you're uncovering from an in sample of regression on the in sample of all the underlying forecasts. Is that where that 35 and 20 come from?
Well, I did adjust them because actually the VAR with US retail sales as a dependent variable actually predicted 21 better than some of the other models. It kept shooting off higher, and I went outside of model, I guess, and lowered the weight for that.
Okay, so but you started there, and then you adjusted based upon based upon what you were seeing and some judgment.
Yes, sir. There was definitely judgment put in there. It's not hard science.
Right. No, indeed.
And But before we go on, just to make sure I completely understand this here, because again, I'm like Chris and John. I appreciate you telling us how you're doing this so we get the final numbers. But one of the graphs you showed earlier, you showed that in the last 6, periods or so, that it was above 400 million, right? And you said that, yes, we've changed some things, about what we tax in the last couple of years, but you also noted that a whole lot of this is because of the stimulus. So the child credit is done and ending. And so, again, I know in these models, it's hard from a behavioral aspect to know what's going on. So maybe Kentucky, we don't even know what's going to happen. Is Kentucky like the US and so on? But I guess my question is if there's any consideration that the last 6 periods have been really high because of this stimulus, and now we know that child credit is going away, do these models and the numbers you give us, do they kind of drop that intercept back down any to say we know the credit is ending and so this is the number? Or does it just say, based upon the past, including the 6 periods and a whole lot before, here is the number? I just want to know whether or not the numbers you finally given us in the end, is there any kind of adjustment for, we know that monthly credit is now gone and out of Kentuckians' hands?
That's a wonderful question, and I would bring you back to this slide right here, and note that the stimulus that we received, including the child tax credit that just went away, I think Wednesday, we had this slope growth in the middle that is not predicted going forward. I think a lot of the stuff I read from Global Insight and from other places seem to think that federal stimulus is inflationary. Inflation is now the new villain, if you will. So what I'm showing is that the higher intercept is more a function not of the fiscal stimulus, but of the enhanced base in our sales tax. So to me, the slope, I didn't have a slope change, which would have implied to me that the fiscal stimulus was going to be a recurring thing. What I have is an intercept change, which I am interpreting as a change in the base of the sales tax.
Okay, so that the numbers that you're giving us in the end are more from the green line instead of the other line.
Yes, sir.
Okay, and so to your point, which is some of the questions you addressed with Chris and John, you think there's probably a change in the slope, but technically your model doesn't show that. But if the credit's going away, we may be dropping back down to the orange, except, right, then there might be a slope model that's not really in there. So your model here is kind of, I have a slope going up, but I don't have it going up in the future because it seemed too high, but now I'm not dropping my green back down to the orange, even though I know the credit's ending.
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe that to be accurate because of the expanding base of the sales tax.
Yes. Thank you.
Thank you. So here is the forecast. Keep in mind, we've grown 12% year to date, and the forecast is calling for 8.2% growth. And then fairly stable but good growth in 23 and 24, 4.9 and 5%. I think that's in terms of long-term growth, that's healthy long-term growth. Here's the nominal projections, and it shows the difference between the optimistic and the pessimistic as well. There's not a huge gap, unfortunately, from optimistic and pessimistic in the current year, because half the current year is gone, so I'm not getting as much variance in the current year. Your choices are within a 2% band if you choose to use the pessimistic and the optimistic as your lower and upper bounds. There's only about a 2% band in 22. The band gets wider as you go out to 23 and 24, but those are the nominal forecasts, and the needs is what I want to sort of focus the ending of my presentation on. The need for December through June is 5.6% for the control forecast. I thought long and hard about that, and I've determined, I've come to peace with that in my mind. I looked at the quarterly data for the third quarter, and I think we will be able to post growth in the third quarter of the fiscal year to make up some of that 5.6. But the fourth quarter, I think it's going to be a real challenge, and the model thinks so too. And so it's none of my models are predicting nominal growth in the fourth quarter. So the nominal growth that makes up the 5.6% needs for the current year in the control forecast, that comes almost all out of December and the first quarter of calendar year 22, which would be the third fiscal quarter of 21 or 22, excuse me, gosh. So I've come to peace with the needs in terms of available, able to hit, but not being too low. So that's my story on the sales tax, and a little look under the hood, if you will. But that's where I'm coming out on the sales tax. And
Do you think?
Yes.
You think? Forgive the noise. They're setting up a security system. Do you think the storm impacts are going to affect sales tax at all? And should they be built in?
You know, the storm hit after I completed my estimates. Should an increase in the sales tax be built into the base? I haven't had time to think that through exactly. You would think that as much purchases that need to be made would increase the sales tax. I need to go back and look at a piece of legislation that had passed several years ago that exempts disaster relief purchases from the sales tax. Some of these items that get replaced may not be sales taxable due to that disaster recovery bill that was passed several years ago. But you're right, spending to that. I remember Louisiana, talking to the folks there. I talked to forecasters from all over the country, and the Louisiana people were saying, you know, how the hurricanes were, you know, awful, but in terms of sales tax, they created quite a boost to the fiscal economy. So yes, it's hard to ignore that, but I personally need to do a little bit more research to see if any of that sales tax is going to be forgiven by the disaster relief bill that was passed several years ago. But yes, the activity is significant, but I did not have time to put that into the model.
I know that, you know, this happening right at Christmas too, there'll probably be a lot of additional types of spending as well.
Yes. I'm sorry that's not a better answer, but that's the best I got right now. Okay, then.
Sorry, Bruce or Greg.
I was gonna, if that concludes the questions on the sales tax, I was gonna introduce Gene Zapernik Brown to take over and talk about the corporation taxes, and then follow that up with a discussion of the property taxes.
I was going to suggest we take a break of 10 minutes.
That would be fine as well.
Thank you.
And Johnson just raised the question about the effect of these matters on the income tax as well.
Yeah, it's a good question, Bruce.
So
we'll ponder that over the break.
Okay, all right, okay. All right. Are we?
I'm ready if you are.
I'm ready. I wonder if everybody else is.
I am.
I'm ready to go.
Yes, I'm here.
I think most people are here. Yes.
Okay, let's go ahead and get started then with the corporation and LLAT forecasts.
Okay.
Looking at the difference in the forecast from October, millions of dollars across all forecast scenarios and across all 3 years. The forecast is lower than what we had in October, anywhere from 10 million to almost $50 million. Looking at where we are right now in the receipts, if you look at July, in July we collected $51.1 million. That was $33.9 million more than we collected in the previous July. Or that gave us 196.7% increase year to date. This also gives us a chance to see what are the relative sizes of the months. The corporation and LLET tax, the receipts are primarily in September, December, and June. You can see that September was a large month, $222.7 million, which was $79.7 million more than we collected the prior September. Gave us year-to-date increase of $125.5 million, or 76% increase over the prior year. And that's where we were when we made our October estimate. October was a small month. November, again, a small month, but still higher than we had in the previous year. So through November, we were up $61.7 million over the prior fiscal year. I tried a few different, we wanted to fill out December so we could get a second quarter of history. And I was getting quite large increases. I spoke to Greg and we decided what we would do is look at the June and September declarations and take the percentage increase on those. So they were, June and September declaration payments were $284.3 million, which was 38% higher than it was the prior year. We applied that growth rate to last year's December declarations of $144.5 million to give us $200 million. Then to that, we added, we left the net returns, which is the remaining part of the corporate, and the LLAT receipts of $30 million. We added that to the total to give us an estimated December number of $230 million. Then we added the October and November LLAT receipts of $72 million to give us a total of $302 million for the quarter that we were going to treat as history to forecast the receipts for this meeting. These are the quarterly receipts for the taxes for the last 2 fiscal years through the first quarter of this year as actual, and then you can see the remaining 3 quarters of estimated totals. So in the first quarter, you can see where we were up significantly, and the second quarter as well. Third quarter, just moving ahead, higher than last year, but not significantly. And this will come in handy to remember this when we look at the needs. When you look at the fourth quarter last year of just over $400 million, very high quarter, that's going to really have an impact on our needs when we look at our needs. Even though we're quite far ahead year to date, that's going to be a real hurdle, I guess, to get over and have an impact when we look at our needs going forward. This is the corporate profits forecast that I use. The December line is the blue line. You can see that it's lower than the October number we used. So that had an impact on our forecast as well, lowered it slightly. There's a little bit of difference early on. I just take these directly from IHS Markit. I assume any kind of differences in the kind of the timing and history has to do with a revision in the data. This is the optimistic forecast. Again, it's lower in December than we saw in October. The gap is a little bit larger than we saw in the control forecast in the previous slide. This is the pessimistic. In this case, the forecast is larger than what we saw in October, a fairly significant amount. Looking at all three scenarios, on the profits, increasing generally over time, with the exception of the pessimistic, which has a little bit of a downturn before it goes up. But and the gap between the optimistic and the control a little bit greater than between the control and the pessimistic. So here's my forecast under the control for this year: 9% increase, 8.7% decrease next year, and a 6.1% increase. The optimistic, 10% increase and a decline as well in 23 and an increase in 24. And the pessimistic, only a 3.8% increase in the current year, 13.6% decrease, 23 and 3.4% increase in 24. So again, let's look at the needs. The estimate calls for under the control scenario, a 9% increase. Year to date, we talked about 61.7% in the needs of negative 9%, which means we can decrease 9% over what we collected over the final 6 months of the year and meet our estimate. And that primarily is a function, again, of the very high fourth quarter that we had in collections last year. Similarly, in the optimistic and the pessimistic, we have negative needs of 6.5% and 16% under the pessimistic, negative 16%. And that is the corporate forecast. If anybody has any questions. Hearing none, I'll move on to the property tax. Here are the changes to the property tax forecast. Going straight to the bottom line, increase $3 million this year, $4.3 million in 23, and $5.7 million in 24. The majority of that is in the tangible. Yes, these are all very small changes. Had this been an August meeting, I probably would have said no change to the property tax forecast, and we're going to move on. Given that this is the final meeting, this is going to be our final forecast, I wanted to really look at these and make any change that I thought was going to be warranted, really almost no matter how small, just to hone in on the estimate and get as close as we can to what we think is going to happen. Again, the changes to the forecast are all small changes, and the revisions that I've made are based on year-to-date receipts. Unfortunately, well, I don't know about unfortunately, the real property, which of course is the largest of all the accounts, is unchanged. Greg mentioned when you look at the year-to-date collections, we're up significantly. That's because November is the first month of the collection cycle. for that. So November, December, January, a little bit of February, that's when 95% of that money comes in. And so early in these first couple of months, we're going to have some big swings in the collections. So I think we're good on that. And there's nothing that indicate from the collection so far that would indicate it being necessary to change that. I did make some small changes in the tangible, the motor vehicle, the omitted, delinquent, and the public service. I can talk about them, but if we want to go back and really look at those, the biggest is the tangible. We are starting to get money in the tangible. The majority of it does come in kind of the same time frame that we see with real property, but I decided to raise that by $2.5 million this year, 4.8 next year, and 7.1 in 24. The motor vehicle, we moved it up slightly this year, $500,000, reduced it $500,000 in 23 and 1.4 million 24. The omitted increased at $1.5 million this year and $1 million in 23, while the public service was a reduction of $1 million in each this year and in fiscal 23. So looking at the forecast, 1.6% increase over last year, $714 million, 3.6% increase in 23, and 3.5% increase in 24. That's the property tax forecast. We have any questions? Otherwise, I think Greg does the cigarettes and miscellaneous.
All right, we'll dispense with the remaining general fund accounts now. Starting with the cigarette tax. Cigarette tax revenue was up 0.4% in fiscal 20, which was a surprise increase, given that it was a tax neutral basis increase, meaning that actual pack stamped increased in that year. Fiscal 21 was down 1.4%. Which was again a pretty good year, considering volume adjustments are usually quite a bit more than 1.4%. However, in 22 so far through the month of November, stamp receipts have been down 6.6%. And I'll talk about my feelings on that in just a second, but what you're seeing, I've called my tobacco contacts and talked with some experts in other states. Prices are rising, discounts are abating on many cigarette brands. It's actually a term of art, and well, it's not a term of art. It's a used phrase in the cigarette world, the COVID effect. Apparently, COVID increased the demand for cigarettes quite a bit, but some of that increase is abated, maybe due to the higher prices, but the COVID effect seems to be letting up. But I will say the monthly growth rates on the cigarette tax have been quite volatile. Several large wholesalers dominate the market. I dug in and looked at who the wholesalers and the stamping agents were in the state, and there's only 43 taxpayers for this tax. It's not a monthly return, so the data doesn't come in real evenly. They pay when they make a stamp purchase. The 43 wholesalers pay when they make a stamp purchase. And of the 43 wholesalers, 4 out of the top 4 of 43 make up 2/3 of the stamp purchases. So the volatility that I'm beginning to see in the cigarette tax could be the difference between, you know, a big wholesaler making their order the last day of November versus the first day of December or something like that. You know, when you make and pay for your order is not a monthly return. It's just when you decide to do it. So I think that brings some volatility into the monthly payments, especially with so much concentration at the top end of the market. So I think we've seen several pretty negative months so far in fiscal 22. My forecast is that we do a little bit better than the current year to date. We had a disastrous month in November on cigarettes. In terms of stamp purchases, we had a really low growth rate. And I think we're going to do a little bit better, but we're still going to be negative, about 4.3% negative for the whole fiscal year. I didn't do a needs analysis for that, but the needs would still be negative, but a little bit better. The growth rate would be better than the year-to-date growth rate. For 23, down another 3.8%, and for 24, I've estimated down another 4%. Don't have a really rigorous model for this, so I there's nothing to peek under the hood really. We pretty much know it's going to be negative. The question is how negative, and are we going to maintain this pace of negative 6.6? And I'm predicting that we won't. The forecast is for negative 4.3% in the current fiscal year, followed by similar decreases in the future. So that's the cigarette tax forecast. The Kentucky Lottery forecast is unchanged since August, October, December. We've had the same numbers each time. And I went through the fiscal 21 financials pretty much in pretty good detail in the last meeting, so I won't belabor the point. But last year was a record year for sales. Ticket sales were up 31.8% last year, which is remarkable. One of the big increasing segments of the lottery ticket sales is the iLottery, and they were up 256.7% in fiscal 21 over 20, and that was they brought in a total of $118.6 million in sales. The draw games were higher last year, as were instant tickets. Essentially, during the COVID period, every lottery product essentially went up. So of the 31.8% sales growth, total prizes went up 33.2% because of the mix of play. The iLottery growing so fast and becoming a larger share of the ticket sales for the Kentucky Lottery, that they do have the highest prize payout to the players. So we get good growth in sales and growth in the dividend. So if you want to look at it as historical dividend performance, in fiscal 20, we received $271.4 million in our dividend. In 21, if you look at the quarterly report, it shows $289.1 million to the general fund. The actual amount of dividend transferred to the Commonwealth was $347.1 million, as $58 million on top of the $289.1 went into a trust and agency account per House Bill 192, which is the executive branch budget bill. So that's that's what we received last year. And I'll show you the forecast in just a second, but the trend so far in 22 is that iLottery instant games continue to show good growth. Through November, they're up $46 million in sales, or 139.5% from the same period last year, and up about 11.3 million compared to their budget, their internal budget. Instant Play now accounts for 11.6% of total sales, at least in November, compared to the average of 7.5% of total sales in fiscal 21. So instant play is becoming a larger segment of the lottery's total sales. Last time I showed a chart of sales increases and dividend increases, and the instant play games do have a higher percentage payout. So what you see is a higher growth in sales, but not as much retained as a dividend, but it's still a profit maximizing solution because the payout is less than 100%, of course. So it still maximizes the dividend, but as instant play becomes a higher percentage of the game, the dividend growth abates some. Scratch off games remain strong, but the growth in the draw games has slowed a little bit. Powerball is doing okay, but Mega Millions has fallen off a little bit, and Pick 3 and Pick 4 are pretty steady, but a lot of that depends on how the numbers run in terms of prize payouts, in terms of draw dates. When a lot of players pick that number, can dramatically affect the profitability of the Pick 3 and Pick 4. And in terms of the operating expenses, they remain low, around 2%. So nothing to report on operating expenses. And here is the forecast. Again, it's unchanged: 319.3 million in 22, 335 million in 23, and 347 million to the general. These are all to the general fund numbers for 22, 23, and 24. Again, unchanged throughout the forecasting horizon. I've had several discussions with the Kentucky Lottery, look at their financials on a regular basis, and agree with the assessment that they're making about their dividends. So that's the lottery forecast. The miscellaneous other taxes, there's actually 59 accounts in the other taxes. I've never counted them before this time, but there's 59 accounts that we estimate. We reevaluated every account this time to adjust for year-to-date fiscal 22 actual receipts. We're deep enough into the year to make some changes to the fiscal 22 forecast, and it's been raised by 26.7 million. We made positive upgrades vis-a-vis October to several taxes. The alcohol taxes got a fairly big bump. The alcohol taxes were another tax like cigarettes that did very well during the COVID period. If you look at historical growth, fiscal 17 was 4.5 on the alcohol taxes, 0.2 in fiscal 18, 0.9 in fiscal 19. And then for fiscal 20 and 21, 8.1 and 9.2. Part of that's expansion of production in Kentucky, but another part of it is a bit of a COVID effect. So I had to raise my forecast in those to account for growth we've seen year to date. And so I'm now calling for 5.5% growth in the collective alcohol taxes in the current year, and 4.6 and 5.1 for the biennium. We also made changes to the insurance premiums taxes. No change in 22, but we did raise 23 and 24, given some information we got from the Department of Revenue. The inheritance tax, is up 28.1% year to date. It follows, it doesn't follow anything really. It just depends on the decedents and so forth. But it loosely follows a variable and Global Insight Standard & Poor's index. So I did bump that up about $5 million just from the strength of receipts year to date. The parimutuel tax I bumped up primarily due to HHR revenues that are coming in and expected to come in the rest of the year. Other tobacco products saw a bump, mainly due to year-to-date performance. They've grown 29.7% year-to-date. So I raised the forecast to be about 17.5% for the full year. Natural gas severance rose pretty significantly, as did oil production. And we did bump up the transient room tax a little bit and the court fees. I had a conference call with a couple people from the administrative office of the courts, and we expect a little better performance out of some of the court fees and revenues from the court system. So when you put all that together, it brings the other forecast over $1 billion in 22. That'll be the first visit over $1 billion for the other taxes. Part of that, before you get the big eyes, and that does include $225 million settlement that we received earlier this year, and it also includes, so that's to the good. The $225 million is to the good. To the bad is the $124 million we lost in the bank franchise tax. So that's why the settlement is the main reason 22 is up as high as it was. If you remember back to August, when we didn't know about the settlement, the 2022 estimate was actually lower than the 21 actual. But since we got the settlement, it went up considerably, and then we made the changes we made from December in December. So and then the fiscal 23 number drops a lot, but you have to remember, again, the settlement, it drops by a little more than $200 million, but $225 million is a settlement, and another a drop is that we won't have the abandoned property security sale that's coming in fiscal 22. That's not expected in 23. So between abandoned property and the loss of the settlement, 23 goes down sharply, and then 24 resumes growth. So that is the other forecast. And again, we went through every account to make sure that we calibrated them to the latest receipts. The differences from October, the calibration process brought in 26.7, 44.1, and 41.7 million to the good for the other tax forecast. So that's what we predict for the 59 accounts and the other taxes. At this time, we usually go to the spreadsheets and try to reach a consensus, but there's a few remarks I want to make, general fund remarks, before we get to the spreadsheet, if you'll indulge me. We used to, in the old days of the consensus forecasting group, this is a chart that a lot of the original members would like to see. They wanted to see how growth over the current biennium compares to historical growth periods. You can see that the growth from fiscal 21 to 24, these are compound annual growth rates, and you can see tax by tax what's going on. sales tax up six, like for instance, it's up 6% on a compound annual growth rate for 21 through 24. But the general fund as a whole is up 4.3, which coincidentally coincides with the growth over the 6-year period between 15 and 21, and slightly exceeds the growth over the 11-year period from fiscal 10 to fiscal 21. So the growth rates we're calling for are not, out of historical norms by any stretch of the imagination. These are the needs. Each of the analysts essentially showed the needs that their taxes need to hit their estimates. Needs is a 22 concept only because we don't have a partial year for any of the other years. But the needs for 22 on the control is 1.4%. For the optimistic, it's 2.1%. And we can be flat and still hit the pessimistic estimate. So those are the needs to hit the alternative scenarios. I just thought.
Greg, are these annualized or literally just in the next 7 months, we need 2.1% for optimistic?
Yes, from the period 2021, December 2021 to June 2022, the average monthly growth has to be, the average amount of actual collections needs to grow 2.1% over the same years in the prior year.
Okay,
the same months in the prior year. So yeah, your interpretation was correct. The 2.1 is over December 20 through June 21.
Hey, Greg, is that 2.1% for the 6 months or 2.1% each of the 6 months?
Well, it's 2.1 for the collective amount of money, for the aggregate amount of money collected from December 2021 to June 2022. It's the aggregate amount of money that was collected.
Gotcha.
That's how the needs are computed. Another thing I wanted to show you real quick was we are making an official revision to fiscal 22. I said in the opening, I think it's helpful to look at the difference from official that we're going to call for. The official estimate that came out of the 2021 session after adjustments by the General Assembly was $11,849.8 million. You can see the different fiscal 22 estimates that we have on the fiscal 22 estimate column, and then you can see on the third column over the difference from official, and the range of the revision that we're calling for is between 1.8 and 1.983. So we're talking about sizable revisions, partly attributable to the fact that we were under projected by $1,123 million last year, and it sort of builds off that. But that's the aggregate amount of the revision that we're going to be making today if we stay within the bounds of the optimistic and pessimistic. And again, I don't mean to keep beating this to you, but I think every analyst showed what the fourth quarter meant to their numbers. And I'm showing the total general fund, what the fourth quarter did last year. It was up 24.8%. And you think, well, again, that's off of the fourth quarter of fiscal 20, which was a recessionary quarter. But during the recessionary quarter, receipts only went down 4.5%. So 24.8%. If you do a compound annual growth rate from fiscal 19 and skip over 20 and go to 21, the compound annual growth rate is 9.2%. So it would be 9.2% last year and 9.2 again above that to get to the level we got in the fourth quarter of 21. And it's worth noting that the nominal amount was $3,804.1 million. Growth rates are one thing, but the nominal amount was $3.8 billion in that quarter. And the latest clean quarter we have for the fourth quarter was fiscal 19, and we had 3.19 billion. So it really was elevated in growth, but elevated in nominal terms. That was the biggest quarter ever in general fund history. So the growth rate should not hide the fact that it was a high nominal month in collections.
Greg?
Yeah.
Sorry. So do you have, so what's our first quarter growth again over revenue growth over fiscal year 21?
First quarter growth.
Yeah, our fiscal year 22 first quarter.
Just a second, I'm gonna have to look that up. 20%. I think it was Gene's telling me it was about 20%, which I remember to be accurate, but that includes that settlement. Thank you, Gene.
What without
September grew 35% because of the settlement, mainly because of the settlement. We had a good month, but the settlement helped. So the first quarter grew 20%.
And that's over a first quarter that in fiscal year 21 had grown 5.8%, right?
Yes.
So I mean, I'm just trying to get your points about the fourth quarter are crucially important, that it was, we're comparing fourth quarter fiscal year 21 to, you called it a recessionary quarter. And I think that's an understatement. Even, things were surprising then. But we're still seeing robust growth at least into the first quarter of fiscal year 22. And
absolutely.
I think I'm understating when I say robust.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, if you look at the year-to-date growth, it has been, it's just one good month after the other. We haven't really had a bad month in fiscal 2022 yet. So if I may infer from what you're saying, do you think that perhaps there's a chance that we're discounting the fact that we grew substantially over the first quarter of a high growth year in 21, that growth may continue? If you are, I know the sales tax model, for instance, predicts good growth in the second quarter, good growth in the third quarter, but that $3.8 billion that we brought in the fourth quarter is just really going to be difficult to build off of.
Yeah, no, I hear what you're saying, but I think, it was nominally a really good fourth quarter, but you're seeing nominally a really good first quarter. And
yeah,
I mean, agreed that my bet is that fourth quarter fiscal year 2022 is going to look bad compared to fourth quarter fiscal year 2021, but it's probably going to look pretty darn good compared to fourth quarter fiscal year 2019.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you.
I think the point is that having 2.1 or the 2.2% growth assumption over the next 7 months is really off. As you got I was writing a list of things that are positive that could increase it. You know, the inflation, while it's not positive for us, does raise nominal rates. There is the potential for cleanup that may affect revenues. You get leftover COVID money, even though all of the other programs are essentially ended, you still got that leftover COVID money. We've got a bigger tax base on sales tax. So there are a lot of things that suggest 2% might be a little low.
Yeah, and that's the high, right? That's the optimistic one. It's certainly not crazy to think that we could have 2% growth by the end of this fiscal year at all.
Especially when all those other models, the US models, were saying that we were going to have growth.
Yeah.
Well, that 2%, correct me if I'm wrong, that's just saying that's what we need to achieve in the next 6 months to achieve what we expected.
No, to achieve the optimistic of a revision.
Right.
Can you go back to that slide, Greg?
So I think what you're saying is that we're likely going to well exceed that.
Right. Right.
But just to keep in context, we just need 2% to hit whatever the optimistic was last time.
Right.
It's not what we're assuming the growth is.
Right.
Let me pull up the spreadsheet. I think it'll show it a little better.
That'd be helpful.
And I think all the current forecasts on the table are essentially progressing, about a 10% or more over what we are this year. Right.
Yeah.
This is the control scenario. And as you can see, that we're calling for 7.3% growth for the year. But year-to-date growth being as high as it has been, the needs shows a lot lower.
Right.
So what happens if the child tax credit is not renewed? If the last check has gone out?
Well, to the extent that that's built into the base of the numbers, like on the sales tax, for instance, we've had two outstanding quarters while that was in place. To the extent that got built into the base, it would certainly lean badly on the sales tax. But then again, the things that Kathy was talking about in terms of the rebuilding of Western Kentucky, those would be to the good side. To me, there's upside risk and downside risk. I think you've identified a lot of the upside risk accurately, but there are some downside risks that exist as well.
I may have misunderstood, but the ending of the child tax credit or the payouts, that would have been built into the model, correct? Because the Build Back Better plan hasn't passed and they didn't account for that.
It's built into the IHS, you're correct.
Right. So it's not expecting us to be getting those payments.
Correct. I'm saying to the extent it's built into the sales tax variable itself,
right,
the nominal values of the sales tax, that in that regard, it's baked into the cake of the dependent variable. But you're absolutely correct. The IHS market forecasted values would not include any effect from that.
That goes back to that slide you showed where the intercepts are different, but the slopes are essentially the same of the revenue growth, right? So, and the slope, the intercept change, I think, as I recall, essentially said was that's because the base has changed. That $100 million difference is probably the base change.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. And so that the slope's the same, we're expecting, similar growth rates under those worlds. So I don't think we got this spreadsheet sent. There was some spreadsheet, but I think the one we got mine says October 2021, but maybe.
No, I have it, John.
Oh, okay. Well, I didn't get the super secret file. Or either I just downloaded the wrong unsuper secret file.
Yeah.
That I believe.
I do think it's pivotal that we nail down 22 because our error in 22, the fact that we're going to have to amend the 22 estimate by so much was a faction that we missed the base year last time. We gave you two numbers, too low a numbers to work with. So I think it is crucial that we, if we're looking at a 23 and 24 forecast, the key to getting those right is essentially getting 22 right. So if you think we are too low, we should make adjustments.
But I think this is where when we were, you might not heard everything we were talking about before, Greg, when we were cut off temporarily and we started a discussion. It seems like every time we do this is one of the issues with the Excel. So the Excel is awesome, and so we can see what's going on, but sometimes we do it by rates and sometimes we do it by number. So I think what you're saying is the best estimates for fiscal year 23 and 24 would be if we get at the end of July or end of June of next year and nominal amounts correct, then we can then go and say, oh, well, is it half optimistic and half control, or half control and half pessimistic, or whatever. But do we need to just come up with a nominal amount that we think we're going to get in the next 7 months? And then would that help you figure out 23 and 24 better? Or because my recollection is these Excel sheets are all based upon growth and not a nominal amount, right?
Well, so the key to, in my experience forecasting, the years when we hit the biennial forecast the most accurate is when we nail down the base year, the revision year, the fiscal 22 year, and whether you use growth rates or nominal values, what matters is the 13,769.4 that we have right there. Is that the right number? If it's not the right number, chances are we're gonna miss 23 and 24 on the low side as well. I'm sorry, on the high side.
Right. And I think that's what I was referring to. So some of the discussion earlier was, it seems like even now, we might easily hit that. I don't know if we want to do that discussion first, Frank, and then talk about the future years of 23, 24. I'm not so sure that I am still of the optimistic crowd for the next 2 years going forward, but I would agree that in the next 7 months, we're looking pretty good for hitting this number, right? And so, I don't know if we want to figure out what we would hit for this last 7 months of this fiscal year and then try to figure out a control whatever scenario after the fact. But because I would probably come up with more. I like Kathy's list. Thank you, Kathy. I would probably have more lists of potential negatives for fiscal year 23 and 24, or at least for discussion purposes. But I agree the next 7 months looks pretty good.
So, I think one thing we can do, and I was playing with this morning on my version of this, the general fund one, is we can modify the blends tab and have different weights on the scenarios going out. I was playing with it because I think we all, in all honesty, I'm going, I think we're going to hit the optimistic for fiscal year 22. In fact, that might be too low. But then I like you, Alan, I'm skeptical that we're gonna, keep doing this. And I sort of, so I played with it a little bit. I mean, I can tell you what I liked, but I wonder if we could do that here. Greg, I emailed you a copy of what I did, and you can double check and make sure I did it right. But you can modify that top panel pretty easily.
Yeah, Michael's in that spreadsheet right now, looking it over.
Good.
I've been at the control, but Michael,
Because I could have screwed it up too, because I was doing it on the fly and it's your spreadsheet and stuff, I mean, but if I did it right, and I think I did, but if I did it right,
Michael is nodding in confirmation that you do have it right.
well, even a blind chicken, right? But I
Hey, wait a minute.
no, that I got it right. I'm the blind chicken. So can we, I mean, is that something that other people want to look at, or am I just the only one who gets that anal retentive about?
Do you want me to pull it up? I can grab my email and pull it up.
Probably been wrong every time we've forecast.
Do you want me to display it on the screen, Dr. Bollinger?
And whether other people do, I have it up on my screen. I know what it says.
So you've essentially just broken it so you can apply the optimistic, pessimistic, and control differently throughout the years, right? That's what you're.
That's all I do.
Yeah. Okay.
If we really want to get cool, we could break it up and apply them differently to each of the major categories. But that's where I draw the line at my willingness to fiddle at this point.
But to Greg's original point, it all starts at what we think is going to happen in 22, right? That's what you were harking
right,
on.
and that's why I kind of like breaking that out, right? So he's
right.
showing mine right now, and so if you look, I and this was just me playing around. Don't take this, but I put 100% on the optimistic for fiscal year 22, and then 23 was a 50-50, which I was just riffing off of David's thoughts, and then 24 was 100 control, and there I was just like, let's go back to baseline. But I was just like throwing numbers in to see what it looked like, and that's the version I sent.
It seems to me in this discussion that the question we haven't answered is why did we under forecast for last year? And it seems to me that we did, because we didn't take account of the fact that there was going to be substantial federal stimulus. Now we're at the other end, and the federal stimulus is starting to diminish. So are we now in the possibility of underestimating the extent to which that stimulus is going to go down? Particularly with the Fed talking about, a certain amount of stringency, if you want to put it that way.
So are you more pessimistic, Frank, then?
I'm not sure. I'm quite open-minded. I think the difficulty we have at the moment is that there are a whole lot of uncertainties, but the one, it seems to me, is if you're forecasting and you've made an error, you need to figure out why you did.
I think it varies tax by tax as far as why the number is undershot. But I certainly think federal stimulus had a lot. I think missing the 20 base was a big part of missing 21. We missed the 20 base by $1,123,000,000. So that carries forward into the forecasting year for the next year. But I think that the source of the air varies by tax, but I think in general, we did not expect that massive amount of federal fiscal stimulus. And it affected several of the taxes.
Yeah, and Jose made a good point in the chat. We didn't take into account the actual inflation rate that we got. And I'm trying to, what's going to be the effect of that going forward, because we had rapid inflation in goods prices, and we're living in an economy where goods are a much bigger percentage of what's of the economy now, not so much on services. And but going forward, services presumably will come back, and a lot of services are not taxed even after the tax reform a few years ago. And I have no idea what the net effect of all of that's going to be.
Well, and I asked a couple questions earlier, Frank, because I'm also concerned, obviously, about the drop. I will say though that if I remember who knows 100% why we were so far off, but I think one reason we were so far off was, yes, we didn't know that all the stimulus was coming, and so you're right. If we're off there, then we should think about now. But I also think part of that was that IHS Markit didn't know that all of that was necessarily coming. So when we used their forecast, right, that we used their forecast and they were wrong. And so we were also wrong for going along with them. But now I think IHS is probably got it halfway correct, or a lot closer this time. That's why I was asking Greg about the model, whether his model accurately, reflects IHS is saying we're not going to get it, but if his model still shows a change that was based upon the last 6 time periods, then that model is going to be wrong. But I'm convinced that he's doing the best he can to model what we have. So I don't know if, at least in the next 7 months, if I think IHS is going to be really off. I don't know if I agree with everyone about the optimistic for the 2 years after that, but I do think that's one difference between what we had a problem with last time.
Although I will note, IHS is surprisingly low inflation expectations, at least to me. I mean, as I recall, in the 2% realm still.
I agree.
Although if you look at the current spread in the marketplace on tips, the spread on a 5-year basis would be an expectation of approximately 2.7% inflation overall over the next 5 years. So if you believe in the efficient market theory and that the folks that are trading in the bond market have information, a 2.7% spread is pretty reasonable over 5 years.
It's still higher than what IHS said, though, right?
It is. It is. Now they're doing core PCE, which of course is not how the bonds are priced. But so you're not exactly comparing apples to apples there. So I know every member of my family over the age of 60 has called to ask about I bonds, seeing the reported interest rates that they're paying. So.
Okay, so let's, for the moment, focus on fiscal 22 and see what the alternatives we're proposing are. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm looking at the wrong.
I've got Dr. Bollinger's version up right now. It should be this. Well, it's sitting on optimistic at 100% in 22 right now. If you want me to turn that back to control, I can do it.
No, that's okay. I have it on hard copy here.
So yes, Greg, I don't care if you change it back, but because I don't have it direct in front of me, when you put it at 100% optimistic, how much dollars does fiscal year 22 go up from 100% control? Just for fiscal year 22, or maybe you could switch it back real quick and then, go back to optimistic. I don't know.
Okay, the control is 13,769.4
Okay.
and the optimistic is 13.
So you're talking 65 or something.
Yeah,
Yeah.
13,833.
Right.
that may not be a big enough spread to.
The difference, in my view, is not material. But
You're right.
I also, Greg, you had a nice little slide up at the end of your presentation that was, what growth do we need to hit going forward in the next 7 months for each of the scenarios for fiscal year 22, and the difference was really pretty small. I don't have strong opinions on what to say for fiscal year 22. I think we're extremely likely to hit the optimistic or better. But, as Gina said in the chat, forecasting's hard. So.
And I think Max Planck said, in addition, forecasting the future is very hard.
Well, going by the chairman's mandate to concentrate on 22, is there some agreement that it should be optimistic or better, or are there some holdouts for the control?
I'm comfortable with optimistic.
Yep,
Optimistic.
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 Yes, same. Optimistic.
Okay. Janet? Can't hear you. You're shut up. Oh, there you are. You were. You're still off. There you are.
Yeah. No, I had already said I agree that optimistic is what we should start with.
Okay. Okay, so we've nailed that down.
Mhm.
Okay. I'm sorry, have we heard from everyone? I think so.
I think so.
Did John Perry have something to say on it?
Yeah, no, I was just signaling I'm good. I was
Okay.
good with it. I
Okay.
said it, but
Okay, so at least that seems to be settled. Now, on to the next 2 years.
3, and what you see on the screen is Dr. Bollinger's sheet where he has a 50% blend of optimistic and control for fiscal 23. The growth is only 2%, but it would be if you took the settlement out of all of this, it'd be 3.67% on an economic on a receipts basis totally. So it's a little bit more than 2%.
Can you change those percentages that you have there to all control, so we can, again, so I see the numbers you have there, 14,108 and 14,569, right? If they were all, if the next 2 years were all control, what the final numbers would be?
Yeah, do it right now. Oh, that something happened that didn't work out.
Yeah.
Well, that's optimistic at 100%. You're asking for the control would be essentially for 23, 14, 14.
Yeah, so that looks right.
billion.
So,
And then 14 and a half, 14.6
something
for
went wrong.
24.
yeah, something didn't change for fiscal year 24.
Yeah, 14.56.
Oh, because he was already 100% control. I'm
Yeah.
sorry.
Yeah,
It's already 100% control.
So I just want to make sure, because again, we're messing with the Excel sheet. So does that still make sense that it was on 100% control before, but if we changed the year before, it wouldn't change the next year? Like, why would it be 1455.69 no matter what happens in fiscal year 23? That seems like it's off somehow.
The model doesn't, the models they're using don't predict off the previous year. They're predicting out based on a scenario. And so, you know, I mean, in a sense, this is the problem with doing what I've just suggested, which is that if you pick the control scenario and then forecast all the way out, you are building off of previous years. With what I'm doing, that was built in a sense to the prior thing. And so, it does suggest, it's a really good point,
Or
Alan.
one of the formulas so you can understand what Dr. Bollinger just said.
Right. See, that's what I'm saying. I mean, because we just said that we wanted to nail down fiscal year 22 to see what the new base would be. If the new base is higher, right, then we're starting higher. And if we have a kind of an average growth rate, it should be going from there and not from some different, granted, we could be wrong on our first starting point. We probably are, but still.
Well, if you wanted to use the new starting point and then the same growth rates that the control used to have, we can probably put that together. It's not a function of the sheet as it is right now, but we could get that.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's normally how an iterative forecast would work when you're building out, right? You build out 1 year, and then the next year you build off your first year's forecast, and then you keep going like that. I think that's the proper approach.
Mm-hmm.
That's a good point. So the control has a 1.6% growth rate for fiscal year 23 over fiscal year 22. And so
that's with the settlement, yes.
Yes, that's correct.
Right.
Without the settlement, it's 2.85.
It is about a 3.3% without the settlement.
So you want that 1.2 to be 1.6?
I think, I don't know what anybody else wants. Maybe what we want is that 2.85 to be 3.3. The without settlement growth.
Chris, where'd you come up the 3.3?
So under the control tab, the line 19 is the without settlement year-on-year growth rate. And that's under the control tab, that's 3.33%. Am I right, Greg? Do I have that right?
Yes, sir. You're correct.
But that's the rate of growth in 23 in the control state relative to the control state in 22, right? So that rate of growth is the rate of growth in year 23 relative to if 22 had been control.
Correct.
Right? And so what you're saying now is you want to take the new base of the optimistic base of 22 and apply the control growth.
Isn't that using that in a sort of piecemeal iterated forecast?
Right. Yeah.
I mean, what do you want to do, John?
No. No, I'm just making sure.
I'm willing to fiddle with numbers all day. I like doing that, but so
No,
I thought that's what you were saying you wanted to look at was
yes.
That's what I was trying to
No,
get. Control
agree.
growth rate was 3.3 coming for fiscal year 23. And so anyway.
Right. So that growth rate came from forecasting levels, and we backed into the growth rate instead of forecasting the growth rate, which is a different, right? Forecasting levels and growth rates are slightly different. Ideally, they'd be perfect.
Agreed.
I think what you're doing is that's a step where we should be going. And so then the question is the control rate the right rate? That's the next. I mean, I like your approach. Amen.
Yeah, I think, we looked earlier, if we already nailed down fiscal year 22, and I think it went up a total of like 65, as Frank said. I mean, basically like almost no change, right? But we all agreed with it. I mean, I think after that is whether or not generally we think the control or the optimistic or half and half. I think Chris, you and David had half and half. Again, I think it's one of these. From looking at this, it looks like to me the optimistic for fiscal year 23 looked like a 4.5, and the control was a 3.3. Again, they're still pretty close. And they're only like 1.2% off. I mean, if you took a blend of those, you're only 0.6%. Again, these seem to be pretty small. So I would, start to go with the control for the future. But if other people say they think it's going to grow more than 3.3, I'm more than happy to consider that.
Greg, I plugged 70 and 30 into my fiscal year 23 weights, 70 control, 30 optimistic, and I got a 3.34% growth rate without settlement for fiscal year 23 over the fiscal year 22 forecast using the optimistic weight. This is getting more complicated than my brain is going to be able to handle pretty quick.
Yeah, I'm not sure I'll be able to do this on the fly and ensure accuracy, because we can do it on the bottom line, but all the parts are important to some different constituencies. So, we can get the total right, but I'd have to go through and sum up the parts.
I think in general, what we're saying is once we've gone with optimistic, we go back to control. Is that what people are saying? Regardless of what that number is.
I think what you're saying is you want the optimistic base for 22 and then take the control growth rates and apply them to the optimistic base of 22.
I think that's right. Unless Chris wants to.
That's indeed what I'm trying to do.
Okay.
But what you're saying, Greg, is that the underlying parts, you need those pieces for
forecasting for different groups.
Is that the
for internal consistency?
Yeah.
I mean, I can easily.
The spreadsheet does adjust the internal parts, that the total at the bottom is adding up the pieces above.
Right.
It's not applying, and I'm sympathetic to whatever you need, Greg. We can stop this exercise if this is going to take us off the rails. I mean, I don't want to drive us off the rails here.
Well, what you see displayed is not what you want, unfortunately. We have the 70-30 for fiscal 23, 70% control, 30% optimistic for 23, but that is off of, let's see, that's for the total and does not include the old growth rates for the control and optimistic.
Well, I think what he was trying to get was the 3.34 overall growth rate, right? Which was the control growth rate for that year. So if the pieces above it are adding up right, and that 3.34%, even though we're, sort of engineering the control optimistic blend to get that growth rate.
But isn't it our job just to tell him which model we want to go with and he figures out the numbers? Or do
we come up with the numbers?
We have a pretty good sense of the numbers. We don't have the exact numbers, perhaps.
This is Perry Knight. We're in room, what is it?
Yes.
Yeah, can you all hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. We will need a number.
Okay.
I'm sorry, but we'll need a number, and I think it's very important for us to have numbers by tax category, not just a bottom line number, because some of these tax categories over time are, as you well know, are dedicated sources of revenue that go to other funds. And so we have to have it by tax category and for a total. So we need numbers for all of it.
Okay.
Sorry.
No, that's good for clarifying. Thank you.
Okay, if you compare the optimistic scenario for fiscal 24 with the control, you're talking about a difference of what? 852 minus 570, roughly 200 million, is that right?
852 versus 569.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about $283 million. If you just went optimistic right across the board.
Mm-hmm. Right.
Can you remind me why the general fund, the number in fiscal year 23 is lower without the with the settlement? That 1.6 is lower than the 3.3, or is that trying to figure that percentage out? Because in fiscal year 22, without settlement number is lower.
It's lower than the actual, yes.
But then in 23, it's higher.
Well, if you look at the formula for that 3.3%, what you're doing is you're saying, what does, it's the growth rate between this number, the 13,996 and the 13,544. Instead, the 1.6 is the number that includes the settlement.
The settlement only occurred in fiscal 22 and it will never recur.
Right.
So the comparison in line 18 is comparing to line 18. The comparison in line 19 is comparing the fiscal year 23 estimate to the without settlement rate, which I think is the right number to look at, because we're never going to, that was like a one lump sum shot. And so when we think about growth rates of the actual tax revenues over time, you want to be thinking about those, not like relative to, oh yeah, and we had an extra one lump sum change. Does that make sense?
Yep.
That makes great sense.
Greg, can you clarify for me on fiscal year 22, You've got 13,833. What is that exactly? What,
That's the optimistic forecast.
but the file you sent us is showing a fiscal year 22 optimistic at 13,667. Or is that the control?
Yeah, I didn't get the double top secret file either.
Does the header say December or October?
The one I have says
October.
October.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but the December was also in that same email. There were 4 spreadsheets in that email. October, October, December, December for each of the funds. So go scroll through the rest of the email, the rest of the attachments.
I did, as we were talking. All of them say October. I have 9 attachments, none of them say November. That's why I was trying to compare them up.
I agree. I'm running into the same thing. I don't know if he just, if the one he sent before had October, but now he's changed it to December, because I think the numbers are the same, but I could be wrong. But mine say October from the email I got. I agree.
Mhm.
Mine do too.
Okay, so where do we stand at this point? What do you want to do?
I don't mean to like make this even more difficult, but I think the way some of us are talking about this Excel sheet is set up, I'm totally fine. And I agreed and went with the consensus of, totally optimistic for fiscal year 22. But if that was 13,833, and then we're going down to like 23 and 24, maybe control only. If you did like 50 control and 50 optimistic for all 3 years, the number of 13833 goes down to 13801. That's like 32 difference. So I'm trying to figure out how much it's worth it for 1 year to be plus or minus 32, and then to maybe mess up the whole Excel sheet. How much we're really going to be able to nail it down that perfectly. So if we went to 50 optimistic and 50 control for all 3 years, the numbers, as you can imagine, are somewhere in between what we were debating for fiscal year 22 and fiscal year 24. So they don't seem to be that far off. So I don't know if that's a way to fix this Excel issue, is to do 50-50 for all 3 years. But
it's certainly
otherwise,
one way to do it.
Yeah, because otherwise I like the
totally
optimistic
fine
for
with that.
22, but it's I don't know how the Excel is going to come out, and I know they need a number for every category.
It's good.
I am totally fine with that.
Me too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a great suggestion.
It is.
But does that get us what we need for a base to start? That's as accurate as Greg was inferring that we might want to have.
Well, it
What would
gets,
be our needs at this point then?
I don't know what your needs would be. I can compute it, but the 50-50 blend is what's shown on the screen right now. It doesn't get you up to the 13,833 that Chris was arguing for, but it gets you over 13.8, and then in the out years it gets you a little bit more growth, and it gets that needs that we were looking at 3.3 in 23. It's now 3.92, which is a fairly substantial upgrade to 23 and a fairly substantial upgrade to 24.
Okay. So
I am sorry, Frank.
go ahead, John.
I am fine with this suggestion. I would make the motion that going forward, that it's more that we have the ability to be more granular, like assign the weights, and however we need to design the spreadsheet. I think it's doable. Now, not on the fly. I wouldn't want to try to do it on the fly. But being able to assign different weights to different out years, I think would be very valuable to the committee.
Okay, so I take it at the moment that the consensus is that we're doing 50% control, 50% optimistic for all 3 years. Is that where we stand?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So let's agree to that then, unless there's some objection.
And Frank, I don't want to say this is objection, but when Perry and others said that it's such a big deal, David's not here. And I'm not an expert on coal. I must admit but we probably shouldn't mess with individual granular numbers. I am a little bit concerned that in fiscal year 21, we only have 56 for coal. And in fiscal year 24, we have 102. So we're getting close to doubling. And I know for counties, that's a big deal. So I don't know. I know we can't probably put an asterisk. If I was counties, I'm not sure that I feel real comfortable telling them they're going to get 100 in fiscal year 24 or half of that, but that's the way it currently looks. And so I don't know if we, not much we might be able to do about that. We haven't done that separately in the past, but I am a little bit concerned if counties are looking at that.
Yeah, I have very similar concerns, Alan.
Well, I'm not sure how we can fix that.
Yeah, I don't have better numbers, but I'm concerned if they're looking at that, making budgets, that's, I don't know how accurate that's going to be.
Well, there is an option of just hard coding a different number. That's kind of what we did one other time in the past. I think it was taking low numbers and moving them higher, but it wouldn't be anything with the boxes. It would just be taking judgment by the CFG and maybe taking whatever 10 or 20 or 30 million out of 23 and 24 or whatever you wanted to do.
But that's a policy issue. It seems to me our role is to come up with a disinterested set of numbers, if you wish. And what people do with them is a policy issue for them.
Well, but I would argue that if we don't actually believe it's going to be 102, regardless of who's going to use it and how they're going to use it, if we think that's, then we would be within the bounds.
I haven't investigated, but Thomas has a model, which he's set before you, and these are the conclusions that arise from it.
I'm with John on that one. I think if we really don't think those numbers are right, we shouldn't by saying that we think they're accurate, people are going to forecast off of them. They're going to budget off them.
I agree. That's why we exist, because before the CFG, people were making up numbers that weren't based on reality. That's why we have a better bond rating now, because we've got the CFG.
Agree with that.
I brought this up, and I apologize, Frank, you're right. I did not ask Thomas at the time a specific question, but one big difference as a counterpoint here is a lot of these that we're talking about we need 2% more in the next 7 months generally to reach our numbers. But I think Thomas was showing us that for fiscal year 22, did I remember correctly? We need like 50 to 60% increase in the next 7 months just to reach our fiscal year 22. Again, I'm not a coal expert, but the numbers are drastically different for what Greg and them call the needs thing. I think his needs number were very far off even for 22. So again, maybe this 73, maybe I'm wrong here. Maybe this 73 is a better number than I think it is. But if we need 60% needs, I don't think we're going to get to 73. And then if we don't get to 73, will we get to 100? Again, I just don't know a better number to put in necessarily besides just saying, well, let's lop off 20, which again is a random effect. But I don't want to be random, but I also don't want to overbid.
Okay,
Yeah,
So-
the needs to hit the 73.4 are over 50%. For the optimistic, it's 51.4. For the control, it's 52.4.
Sounds crazy, right?
To be fair, I mean, what part of that forecast is coming off of is, we are seeing it both an increase in price right now and an increase in quantity. And so, there's some reason to believe that. My concern, and I'm really quite in agreement with Alan on this. My concern is that, in order to believe that continues, you have to believe in a continued, right? If price and quantity are both going up, demand is shifting out. That's what that means. We all know that. And so in order to believe that continues to happen, which I think was fundamental in the out year forecasts, you have to believe that demand continues to shift out.
Right.
And I'm looking at in the same presentation that starting mid-year this year and going forward, the price of oil and natural gas were forecast to come down. And so I'm puzzled as to how we get that forecast, but I'm really reluctant to base, a large percentage growth rate over 3 years off of it.
So am I correct that we cannot use a different model to forecast these individual rates at this moment from
That's
the
correct.
totals?
That's correct.
But you can make a constant adjustment to the number.
Okay, so we can adjust the number, but not the model applied to a particular category.
Right, because I don't think we have an alternative model this time.
Okay. I'm with everyone else. It's just too hard to believe that there's going to be continuing increases in demand for coal.
This is largely a function of coal prices. The coal model is largely a function of coal prices and Global Insights. Now this is the consumer price index for coal. So this is all coal products in all of the United States combined together into one index for coal prices. They've got coal prices rising from FY22, 9.9% growth rate. In FY23, 6.4% growth over FY22. And then by the end of FY24, they've got an additional 2.8% growth in prices over FY23. So this is all based on coal prices rising for the entire forecast horizon, rising significantly. And this hasn't happened in a while.
Two things to that, though. Your fiscal year 23 growth over your fiscal year 22 growth is 34%. A 9% increase in prices will not get you a 34% increase in total revenue unless your quantity is going up too.
Well, I mentioned to you the individual, the end of year price growth rate over the previous year. There are several quarters where each quarter rose by 9% or more. And the highest growth rate was in the second quarter of FY22, where prices grew by 12.8%. And of course, these are all the bases for the next year going forward. So prices are rising at a slower rate going forward, but they're all off of high bases. So we've got this is very unusual for coal to see a continued price increase in coal for this long of a period of time. And it already began. This began about 8 weeks ago, that this price increase on the spot market started showing up, and it seems to be persistent. And IHS Markit is saying, we expect this price increase to continue going up for the next 12 quarters. Whether you want to believe it or not, I don't know, but that's what IHS Markit is saying about prices in coal.
But I'm with Chris. What's happening to quantity demanded during that time?
Well, coal is not, Kentucky's no longer the primary provider of coal in the United States anymore. We're number 5 now. So we're not the largest producer, and how much coal Kentucky severs relative to the number one producer of coal, whether or not we have so much market share, it's hard to say. How much coal Kentucky severs is not going to influence the market as much as it used to. But last year we had 7 of the 12 months last year of severed coal were all record lows. And so what we're severing now, while they're nice substantial increases over last year, we're talking about tiny amounts of total severed tons. And so when you say, oh, we had a 50% increase over last year, it's still a very tiny amount of severed tons. So let me go to.
I think that's kind of the point. Even you're talking about rates in the future, which might actually be completely correct. But if the fiscal year 73 is too high, if that should be 60 or 65 and all those rates in the future are correct, that would drastically drop the numbers for 23, 24, because we only get to 73 if we have 60% growth, right? Or 50% growth?
55.
55 in the next 7 months. So the 98 and the 102, they come from the 73, right? But I think my question is, again, I don't know the answer, but I just don't know based upon your numbers if we're going to get 50% growth in the next 7 months to reach the 73. And if we don't reach 73, even if the growth rates are right, we won't be at 99 or 102, or am I wrong?
Oh, you're right.
No, you're right in what you said.
Well, I would suggest that we move ahead with the 50-50 control and optimistic. I think this issue of the coal is something that has to be settled in a different setting.
Greg, can you just take that 73.4 and just for illustrative purposes, reduce it, just hard code it to a smaller number and see what happens in the out years?
Nothing will happen in the out years.
So they're not
on the spreadsheet.
They're not building on each other.
Well, they are in the real world, but they aren't on the spreadsheet.
Okay.
In the real world, if you don't hit the 73.4, chances are you're not going to hit the 98.7.
Right.
But the way the spreadsheet is constructed, the 98.7 isn't going to change if I hard code a lower number. And you got to take, if you wanted to lower, you'd have to take 10 off 22, 20 off 23, and 20 off 24, something like that.
Okay, gotcha.
If you wanted to actively change the number, you'd have to change all 3 years.
Okay.
Okay.
I will note that Jose put some nice stuff, the spot market graph in the chat session, which I think is an interesting, I don't know if it answers the questions, but it's enlightening to me.
At least to figure out where these prices are going, right? I mean, if the futures market is thinking so, then it gives it more credence. I was surprised at the increase from just 6 months ago, but it has dropped off over the last quarter.
So does our group want to just reduce numbers for coal and leave everything else the same?
What the counties get is going to be based on what happens, not on what we forecast.
I think, Gina, that makes a lot of sense. We're not a slave to the spreadsheet. We can put in whatever numbers we want manually afterwards. And I don't think any of us believe these coal severance numbers are going to come true.
I think that's right.
So let's change them then.
I don't think it's unprecedented because even in one of their presentations earlier, someone felt like, I think it was Tom, I'd probably safe saying Tom, felt like the numbers were too high and just lowered them by a certain amount each year. Did I not see that?
There is a precedent for it, yes.
Okay, I think we need to make a decision here, one way or the other.
So one proposal is just to hold it flat, hit 73 and then hold it flat in the out years. Right.
If we're comfortable with 73, I think holding flat is the right way to go.
And right.
We think we can hit 73 is, I guess that's okay with probably our best information, and then just hold it constant going out.
And you're right, Gina, forecasting is hard, but I'm going to make a forecast that I think is almost inevitable. We're going to have to revise these forecasts going forward, given the uncertainties that are out there. We revised the fiscal 22 forecast pretty significantly, so we're coming back to all of these.
And I appreciate maybe as much as anyone the beauty of models and what they can do for us, but I don't think I worship at the altar of the technical. And I agree with Bruce that that's why we're here, is to kind of add some more judgment to the side, to the diversity of opinion.
So do you like the idea of keeping the plug of 73.4 for 23 and 24, or are you more of the school that we should take 10 out of 22, 20 out of 23, and 20 out of 24, something like that?
I think that's more complicated than we can possibly guess right now. So I like the just constant in the future, whatever we choose for right now.
But you're saying we have to double the amount in the next to hit that 73, right? So you said 50% needed.
I think it's 55% growth in the last 7 months of the year. Yeah.
And if prices are coming down, as Jose just showed us, is that likely to happen?
So let's take this one down and then hold it constant the next 2 years.
Okay. Do you have a suggestion for how far down?
Chris, you're good at this.
So,
no, I'm
No
just
pressure,
willing
Chris.
to be wrong, I think is a more accurate statement. 65?
Yeah.
I'd be comfortable with that.
And then hold that steady for the out years?
Yes.
I would second that. It also signals the great uncertainty that we would have as a consensus forecasting group about this specific forecast if we're holding it constant.
Mm-hmm.
It does send that signal.
Frank, you want to disagree?
No, I'm willing to go along with this. I think this is a ridiculous way to proceed, but there you are.
Why?
We have a structure for arriving at these things. And if people want to go back and argue about it, that's fine. But we're now at a point where we need a decision about an overall number. And the numbers for coal are not material for this forecast. They're under $100 million. So,
Well, no, I would probably disagree, Frank. I agree with you for the total, and that's why I only brought it up at the end. So because we usually talk about the total, but if counties, from what Perry are telling us, if counties are looking at these numbers, I hate to give them a wrong number. But I agree with you. It's a rounding error, I think, in the total package of all taxes collected in Kentucky. So for the state of Kentucky, it should not make a difference for the legislature. I would not think, but again, you're right, that's policy. But it does make a difference for the counties if they're actually, and I don't know if they are, but if they're actually relying on these numbers. I want to know if they are. And if they are, then I don't know if I feel comfortable telling them 100 in fiscal year 24.
So, I mean, this is a really good question. How important is that particular forecast coming out of this group, and for whom is it important?
Perry, you want to jump in or you want me to talk?
You take a stab at it at first and then I'll jump in.
That is a classic Perry answer. I love it.
Well, it depends on how the budget language is written, not to straddle the fence, but it will depend on how the budget language is written, given the numbers that we put forth. There is a formula, but the formula gets not withstood on a fairly routine basis. So, Perry, why don't you jump in and correct me?
Well, I'll add to it. Yes, Craig, you're exactly right. The statutes have been not withstood for a number of years. Typically, what's happening with the coal severance tax is that the debt service on previously issued water and sewer bonds is paid first, and then any remaining amounts over that gets distributed back to the counties. And of course, you know, this number is somewhat self-correcting in the terms of distribution, because let's say if you bring in $60 million and debt service is 20, you've got 40 going back to the counties. If you only end up with, you know, a lesser amount by $10 million, then the counties will just get a lesser amount of money. So it's not like it hurts the general fund in that sense. It's self-correcting.
But here's the question that Alan is asking, and Alan, stop me if I'm putting words in your mouth, but it's certainly the one I'm asking now. But are there counties out there who are going to look at this forecast and go, well, we expect to get our share of 40 million this year, and then we expect to get our share of 98 million minus the 20 debt service or whatever? Are they making plans on that? Is that a component of their forecast and their budget that is important in a way that we should be spending this much time on it? I mean, I think that's Frank's pushback, and I don't know enough about the budgeting process to know.
Well, I think it would depend upon the county and their other resources that they would have, their other revenue streams. So for some counties, it would be it could perhaps be a larger revenue stream than in other counties.
But I also think it goes back to in the entire general fund world, it is almost rounding error, the corrections we made. But to the extent that you break out the revenue streams and you're trying to forecast those independently, I think it's worthwhile to think about each one of those forecasts and whether we think they're believable, right? You can be believable in the aggregate and not in the micro sense. And so I think it is useful to give consideration to specific things. And maybe that means you go back to how the forecast was developed to begin with, which is how the presentation started. I mean, I think those are perfectly reasonable questions to say, well, right. I mean, here's our best strike at it, but do we believe it?
I just did a quick, Google search, I guess, in the news to see what's going on with coal. And it does seem to be that there is a jump in demand for coal globally, and that's impacting those prices. It could be something we don't want to pull out.
But my understanding is that that's being fueled by both the rising natural gas and the rising oil prices that we've seen. and the forecast for both of those is down.
I understand that.
Well, and IHS said we're growing. It just didn't say we're growing as fast as what our forecast was suggesting we were growing.
I think I'm now with Frank. We've spent long enough on this and we aren't going to be able to fine tune it any better. I'm comfortable with what we see on the spreadsheet now.
Yeah, we've all agreed, we don't know.
Right, exactly, exactly.
I would have been fine with the 78 across, but I'll go with this if this is the consensus.
So I move we use the current spreadsheet as our forecast. Is that what you need, Frank?
Well, I'm open to whatever you want. You know, if there's a consensus on that, well and good.
So Greg, when you did the hard code to the 65 across, did that, did the bottom line total, is that a formula or is that a number?
It's a formula.
So it is summing the column.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Okay, so do I take it we're agreed at this point with what is now on display?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Aye.
Yes.
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 Okay, so with that,
Greg, if I could I interrupt you for a second? Would you, the numbers from those, from what's agreed upon, can you just read those for fiscal year 22, 23, and 24 so we'll have them for the record?
for the general fund or for coal?
For general fund.
General fund.
That's what I was just fixing to
Okay.
do.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
Fiscal 22, the official estimate with that adjustment would be 13,792.8 million with a growth rate of 7.5%. In fiscal 23, the official estimate would be 14,074.2 million for a growth rate of 2.0. For fiscal 23, for fiscal 24, the official estimate would be 14,673.8 million or 4.3% growth. And that is a 50-50 weight between the control and optimistic plus exogenous change to the coal forecast. So are you ready to, I'm going to hit save and then we can move on to the road fund if that's okay.
Yes.
Okay, I'm going to make sure this is saved, and I'm going to save it in a different place too. Sorry. Okay. I'm gonna now close that out and bring up the road fund slides, if that's okay.
Yes, proceed.
Okay, thank you. Okay, I'm bringing you back to Gene Zaparanik Brown.
Okay, so for the road fund, we have, again, like the other forecasts, difference from the October forecast. Under all scenarios for fiscal 22, we have a decline of between 25 and $35 million. That is primarily a function of both motor vehicle usage and motor fuels taxes. Fiscal 23, we see increases 33 to $37 million. That's primarily a fuels adjustment. And in fiscal 24, we see almost no change from the 23 forecast. So starting off, let's look at the motor fuels, and we'll start with the price of oil. You can see that the December forecast is significantly higher than what we had in October. And I have a long history here because you can see over the last year and a half, this significant increase in the price of oil. It's not significantly higher than what we've seen in the last decade and a half when we were near $120 for a barrel of oil, or even around $100 in the period of 10 through about 14. So even though we've had this rapid run up in the price of oil, it's not really, in terms of over the last decade and a half, it's not a particularly high level. That leads in then to the retail price of gasoline. And again, you can see the December forecast significantly, or it's higher than it was in the short term. And in the last year and a half of the forecast, there's not much difference. And again, we've seen a significant run up in the last year and a half or so in the price of gasoline, but that's not much. It's not significantly. It's not higher than what we've seen during the period of 2008 to 2015, when we were getting close to $4 for a gallon of gas. And then just to remind you that the motor fuels tax is not a fixed number, but there is a variable portion of the tax, which is 9% of the average wholesale price. And the average wholesale price is calculated quarterly by the Department of Revenue. They average the four numbers for that to get the average wholesale price and the variable portion of the tax rate for the following year. So zooming in on the retail price, you can really see where it's higher than the October forecast until we get into the last year of the forecast, where there's really not much difference from the October. This is under the control scenario. So let's look at what happens with the average wholesale price of gasoline. And of course, I show the retail price of gas because that's what I use to forecast the average wholesale price of gasoline to get our variable tax rate. So for fiscal 22, the average wholesale price is $2.17.7, which gives us a variable rate of 19.6 cents per gallon. And that's no change from the prior year, fiscal 21. This is under the control scenario only right here. In fiscal 23, we do see an increase in the average wholesale price to $2.34.9, or a variable rate of 21.1 cents per gallon, which is 1.5 cents higher than the current rate. In fiscal 24, the average wholesale price falls to $2.24.6, or 20.2 cents per gallon. That's a decrease of 0.9 cents per gallon. So when we look at the variable tax rate under the other scenarios, the optimistic and pessimistic, you can see, of course, it's set for this year at 19.6 cents per gallon. In 23, it does go up. And I do want to point out that although the control and the pessimistic in 23 are the same at 21.1 cents, the average wholesale price is not exactly the same. It just rounds to the same dollar amount. And then under the, in fiscal 24, the rate is lower than it is in 23 under all the scenarios. So with the increase in the retail price of gasoline, we see a decline in the fuels consumption relative to October, but the decline is not particularly large and is almost kind of non-existent towards the end of the forecast, although that does have an impact on the forecast with lower consumption, but it's not significant, or it's not particularly large, I should say. This is the fuels consumption under the 3 scenarios, relatively flat, some increase under all scenarios, with the optimistic significantly higher or higher than the other 2 forecasts, with the control and the pessimistic being nearly identical. So the changes in the motor fuels estimate in 22, a decline of $7.3 million in both the control and the optimistic, and 16.3 in the pessimistic. And again, that's going to be a function of the reduced consumption. You see the larger increases in 24 or in 23 of $24.4 million, $27 million, and $18.6 million. That is a function of the increase in the variable rate. Then a small decline in 24 under 2 of the scenarios, and a small increase under the optimistic. And that is due again to the reduction in the tax rate from the prior year and a small decrease in consumption. So here are the fuels estimates, the levels on the left and the growth rates on the right. So for the current fiscal year, growth rates between 2.2 and 6.4%. In 23, 5.3% for the control, nearly the same under the pessimistic, but 6.2 for the optimistic, and then declines in 24 in terms of the growth rates of 1.8 to 2.1% declines. Looking at the motor vehicle usage tax, we can see from October under the control scenario a significant decrease in the consumer spending on light vehicles in the short term, and a small increase relative to October over the last year and a half of the forecast. Then the consumer spending on light vehicles, again, under the different scenarios, this is with the November IHS forecast. I guess the thing to note here is that of course, the pessimistic in the first part of the forecast horizon is lower than the control, but higher than the control in the second half of the forecast. And so the changes to the estimates under the current year, declines of 18.6 to $22.2 million, increases in 23, relatively small in the control and the optimistic, larger increase in the pessimistic at $15.1 million. And in 24, declines, small declines in the control and the optimistic, and a $10.4 million increase in the pessimistic scenario. Again, levels on the left under the 3 scenarios for the 3 years, and the growth rates on the right-hand side. So in the current year, under the control forecast, a decline of 1.3%. In 23, a decline of 3.4%. And in fiscal 24, a decline of 5.9% under the control scenario. So I want to talk a minute about the needs for the motor vehicle usage. So current year to date, we are up 3.1%, while the estimate calls for a decline of 1.3%. So that means that the needs is a minus 4.3% to meet the estimate. And we have to remember what happened in the fourth quarter last year when collections were $180.4 million. And that's 22 million more than we'd ever collected in any quarter. And the annual total of $620.9 million exceeded the previous high annual total by $106 million. So much like we saw in many of the other taxes and in the corporate taxes that I did, we have a very large fourth quarter that we have to overcome. Looking at the growth rates for the 4 quarters and for the full year last year, they were quite high, at 12.1% for the first quarter, 10.2% growth in the second quarter, 8.3% growth in the third quarter, 80.9% growth in the fourth quarter. And of course, some of that was the COVID impact from the prior year. But still, we ended the year up $24.4 million in the usage tax last year. And this illustrates what I'm talking about, looking at fiscal 19, 20, and 21, and then the estimate for 22 by quarters. Looking at the first quarter, the first 3 quarters of the year, over those years, you can see small increases annually. But then when you look at the fourth quarter, the blue bar, which was last year, the $180 million, we're just not going to make that. And for perspective, so for the first 5 months of the year, the motor vehicle usage tax, we've averaged $51.9 million per month. For the fourth quarter, just to equal that, we're looking at $60 million a month. So that's what's leading to the decline on an annual basis for the motor vehicle usage tax. Moving on to the weight distance, forecast that using this industrial production index for durables, very small change from the October estimate. And then this is for the alternative scenarios along with the control increases, gradual increases over the forecast period. So in terms of the weight distance change, small in all of the years, $1.8 million under the control this year, increasing next year, $3.5 million more, and then $3.1 million more than what we had said in October. These are the forecasts. So the growth for the current year, 8.6% under the control. Next year, 4.2, 2.0 in fiscal 24. Motor vehicle operators. This is I used an ARIMA on this. The growth rate of 16.8% this year is relatively is high, and that's a lot to do with the Real ID money coming in. So the changes from October in this account are less than $1 million in each of the years, 700,000 in the current year, 300,000 more than October in 23, and 200,000 more relative to October in fiscal 24. Motor vehicle license tax, that's forecasted using registered vehicles, autos and light vehicles. The growth rates on this under the current year, it's negative. A lot of that has to do, that's primarily due to last year when we get the IRP money, which is lumpy, and so it tends to come in high one year and low the next year or two, and then increasing again. So a decline of 7.4% in the current year under the control scenario, growth of 2.2% in fiscal 23 and 1% in fiscal 24. Investment, current year, the forecast is for negative $1 million. That's a decline of 1.1 million from the prior year, or from October. The forecast $100,000 in fiscal 23 and $2.1 million in fiscal 24. In terms of the other, which is generally fees and fines, slightly lowered from October, forecast $1.3 million lower. This is an ARIMA estimate, so this is going to be a function of year-to-date receipts. Fiscal 23 is going to be $400,000 lower than October and $600,000 less than October for fiscal 24. So road fund forecasts for the three scenarios. The control forecast 1.3% in the current year, 3.3 under the optimistic, and negative 0.7% under the pessimistic. Fiscal 23, low growth again, 1.8 under the control, and in fiscal 24, declines in all scenarios with a decline of 2.7% in the control for fiscal 24. That's the road fund.
Gene, can you remind me, or maybe do you have it? I think you said it. What's our needs for fiscal year 22 to meet like the control or the optimistic forecast? Do you have that? Did you show us that at the beginning?
I don't think I have it with me. I had the needs only for the usage. I can get that. I think I have it at my desk, but I don't have it with me.
Can you show me the usage then, just to give me a baseline?
Yeah, and the usage is pretty significant. Let's see. Yeah, so the needs for the usage is a negative 4.3%.
Okay.
And it really has to do with that fourth quarter where we collected the $180 million last year.
Great. That's what I thought you were saying. Okay.
Yeah.
Other questions, comments?
If not, I'll turn it back to Greg and.
Okay, thank you, Gene.
Okay. So do we have some reason to depart from the control forecast? Or has everyone gone to lunch? I can't see who's there.
We're still here. We're still here.
Yeah.
You are. Good. All right, the side-by-side gallery.
We liked the 50-50 for the other.
Yeah, I would prefer the 50-50. I'm
Yes.
still not warm on completely control.
Yeah, I agree. 50-50, I think.
50.
That is currently displayed.
Oh, okay. All right. So is that agreed? Hearing no objections, that's agreed to?
Yes.
Good.
Good.
You get people to agree to anything half
Greg-
an hour, 2 hours
Greg, if
after
you
lunch,
can.
but anyway.
Greg,
Agreed.
if you can, read in those numbers, those final numbers for the road fund, a fiscal
Yes,
year,
sir.
just so we'll have them in the record. Thank you.
Yes, the official estimate for fiscal 22 is $1,680.1 million for 2.3% growth. For fiscal 23, the road fund estimate is $1,719.9 million for 2.4% growth. And for fiscal 24, the official estimate, $1,676.7 million for negative 2.5% growth.
I have a question. If we're going to forecast the road fund going down in 24, why are we forecasting the general fund to go up so much in 24? Wouldn't they, I don't, this is not, do they traditionally move in the same direction or not?
Not necessarily. The road fund has been steady or dropping since fiscal 14, and you can't really say that for the general fund. So in terms of what's causing a drop in fiscal 24, he talked about usage, but he also talked about the lower rate on the fuels tax between 23 and 24. And there is no parallel to that in the general fund. So I wouldn't find that as inconsistent personally.
Okay.
The road fund did very well when gasoline was expensive, given the way the tax is structured.
Right.
Before we finish up with the master settlement agreement, can I beg your indulgence for one question? And my question involves the general fund, and we used a, let me get the sheet open. We used a 65 flat plug number for coal severance. We've closed that door, but let me just offer one alternative that would not be theoretical, but would be theoretical that maybe you could consider. If you look back to the October forecast for coal, in 2022, we had 64.1, which is very close to the 65 that we went with. We had 76.6, so some growth in the second year, and then it fell in the third year to 75.2. So we get basically where you want to get in terms of the final number, but we can, but to me, the story is that there were some suggested amendments to the coal forecast, and we like what we did in October better than what we did in December. So we're going to stick with the October numbers. Just a suggestion. If you're happy with the 65 across, forget I said anything, and we'll do master settlement agreement and go home.
I prefer the suggestion, but I wanted to keep the 70 going across.
I'm comfortable with that change. I like the narrative better.
I wasn't comfortable with using like 8 weeks worth of data to forecast out several years of the prices rising. So I like that other one better. The adjustment.
So you would be happy with going back to the 64, the 76.6, and the 75.2, which is the October forecast that we agreed upon?
Yes.
I'm with that.
Okay.
I'm going to plug that in real quick.
I'm fine with it, and it teaches us how sensitive models can be in the out years.
Amen, brother.
Okay, Perry, I'm going to read the new consensus numbers for the general fund. 13,791.9 million for fiscal 22 for growth of 7.5%. Fiscal 23, 14,085.8 million, growth 2.1%. Fiscal 24, 14,684.0 million, 4.2% growth. And if everybody's happy with that, we'll go to the master settlement agreement now.
Very happy with that.
Okay, thank you for your consideration. Here's the master settlement agreement, and I bring back again Dr. Michael Jones.
Thank you, Greg. Well, we do have a little bit of a discussion on this, but nothing too shocking. Let me specify real quickly. There's essentially 3 adjustments to the payment, and the first is the inflation adjustment. And the master settlement agreement is unusual in that it does December to December CPI growth. So CPIU December to December. If we bring the master settlement agreement assumptions in line with what has been presented here, that is going to raise the base payment from the current, now this is of course nationwide, the MSA, $9 billion base payment will increase by $650 million. That alone would mean an extra $14 million for the Commonwealth of Kentucky. If growth for December's CPIU is half the rate of growth that we saw from October into November, that would raise the base payment by approximately $700 million. So we have to take into account the fact that we're not going to get the 3% that we've had for so long. So I brought it into assumptions with the control scenario that we have presented here today. Now, the second part of that is the volume adjustment. The volume adjustment, of course, is based on the change in the volume of cigarettes sold. It caught a lot of people, including myself, off guard when during a respiratory pandemic, cigarette sales held constant. That certainly was a change from the recent trends of between 4 and 8% declines year over year, depending on taxation changes and other things nationwide. Again, this is not just Kentucky. But if I was looking at the estimates provided by publicly traded tobacco firms and the year to date, so the year to date at the end of the third quarter estimates for most of the major tobacco firms was a decline of sales relative to the previous year of approximately 9 to 10%. So I have resumed our assumption of declines, and I have increased slightly the volume adjustment to reflect. Now, we do, of course, have many smaller players in the market, and those players do tend to aggressively approach the more price-sensitive customers. So it wouldn't be surprising to me to see overall volumes not fall by quite as much. Now, one thing about the tobacco companies is that even if they have declining volume of cigarette shipments, they're still wildly profitable in many cases. And so there is an additional adjustment to the volume adjustment that says if you are profitable beyond a certain rate of growth compared to 1998, we will also modify the volume adjustment to the state's benefit. However, those profits get adjusted for inflation. So what we're giving with the inflation adjustment to increase the base payment, we're taking away a little bit because the profit adjustment will not be as large once the profits are discounted by the rate of inflation. And then the last concern, we just had a meeting among the interested parties within the state government, is the fact that non-participating manufacturers are very closely associated with price-sensitive customers. And so we are keeping a close eye on the fact that more sales by non-participating manufacturers can lead to larger adjustments. And if we do not collect taxes properly on non-participating manufacturers, and we certainly could be looking at future adjustments, but I have not built anything associated with that into the current estimates. So what I have done, again, increase due to the inflation adjustment, bringing it in line with what was presented here. Reducing the profit adjustment because of the inflation adjustment again, and then resuming a decline in the overall volume of cigarette sales, not quite to the 10%, of course, that some of the tobacco companies had said in their press releases, but certainly getting back to closer to the long run averages of 6.5% to 8%. And so I have proposed that we have a fiscal 22 estimate of 114.9 as compared to the 109.8 million presented in October. And you can see how it cascades down: 108.4 for fiscal 23, 102.2 million in fiscal 24, as compared to the 105.6 and 97.2 million presented in October for fiscal 23 and 24 respectively. So again, a change mostly due to the inflation adjustment. I know we normally don't present optimistic or pessimistic forecasts. So these are just bringing this forecast in line with some of the assumptions that were in the control scenario here.
So really quickly, again,
Yes.
Greg, or I'm sorry, it says Greg on the screen and I'm tired. I know your name is Thomas.
Smarty pants.
I'll keep guessing it until I get it right.
That's right.
So if it in order to hit that 114.9 million, what inflation do we need in December?
That brings us in line with the CPI-U being approximately 275 basis points. So 100 is 1984, and that would be 275. And I think we were at oh shoot.
I can look that up.
Yeah, it was I want to say it was 272 in November.
Yeah.
But then in keeping with the assumptions, I have us going back to the 3% inflation adjustment in 23 and 24. I have this as a one-time hit. So, and again, it is unusual. I'm not aware of many other contracts that focus on the December to December change versus the average for the year. So it is a little unusual in that case. And in fact, historically, December's usually been a slight drop compared to November, just seasonal patterns, but I'm not expecting that this time. If there's no further questions, I'll turn it over to Greg, and I thank you guys for certainly doing yeoman's work on this extremely long but important meeting. So in that
Thanks,
case,
Michael.
Thanks so much. I hope everyone has a wonderful holiday season, and we'll see you in the new year.
Well, Mr. Chairman, I think we've hit the necessary components of our mission today. Unless there's anything anybody wants to resurface, I'd like to just thank everybody for their dedication through these August, October, December meetings, and just really appreciate your service to the Commonwealth.
Thank you, Greg and all.
Thank you.
All right. Well,
thank you all, and I hope you have a happy holiday.
Thank you very much. Bye-bye now.
Okay.
Happy holidays.
Thanks all round. Okay. So.